welcome everyone. Good evening or good morning, depending on what time you're in. Um, I wasn't planning on streaming today because I am pretty tired. I played unfortunately, the showcase qualifier earlier and ran it in. No, it is night, Matt. So I played the showcase qualifier earlier today, and unfortunately ran into some rough breaks in terms of matchups. Sometimes it happens, and the matchups were not, totally unexpected or anything like that. I had them on the radar, but there's only so much you can do against like a turn one blood moon, right? For instance, or a what's it called? Or against a turn one combo deck like oops all spells. But I did okay. First of all, I guess just I guess administrative catching up. Shout out to Kieran and Jurg for top four yesterday's challenge. Uh, Notably, it was a team kill in the semifinals. So Jurg beat Curran, who notably paired into Inigo in round one. Jurg unfortunately lost to what I think is a decent matchup against the Jeskai Stifle Delver deck in the finals, who he beat in round seven. So, but notably, two players on our list in the top four, and then shout out to Julian Nab, obviously, for top four of today's challenge, and then Fluffy for also top eight of the showcase qualifier, which I played in as well. Fluffy notably on the traditional list. So pretty good. Again, another strong weekend for L's overall, especially the Reclaimer variant, where you have cards or are you lending cards? Not often I see with only. I have like multiple accounts of Matt's Ole, but I have one main other account where I just like keep all my stuff. Uh, yeah, so I just transfer between the one account and this one, just because I don't want to clog it up with like just random draft shape, right, so to speak. Like I have stuff from like Modern Horizons draft and just like random stuff. I just like threw all in that one account, so to speak. Which is why I always have these random item numbers, right? Anywhere from 75 to like 80ish or 95, maybe. Yeah, I like mean to do that and just like never bother to, but yeah, it's a pain that you know what, decent. Also, shout out to Decent also for a 5-0 run with the new list today. When I say the new list, there's a card that I discovered. Well, I wouldn't say I discovered, but it's a known card in the Legacy, not Legacy, in the Magic community. It's typically seen play like EDH type list, but did see play in Standard. I think I don't even know if it's legal still in Standard. Maybe not. I don't remember when Ikoria rotates out, but saw some play in Standard, notably in like the Sacrifice decks or any of these sacrifice type decks essentially, and okay, so it rotated a long time ago. Yeah, Matt, I can believe that. I know you. So for those who don't know, Matt is one of the best, I think, legacy players, maybe around. Like I know, he jokingly when I hit like 1900 rating, he jokingly said, "Now the real climb begins," right? Because I think Matt has hit 2000 rating before. I unfortunately stopped at like 1950. That was my personal. I guess 1953, right? Is like my personal best before I finally lost and then drop back down. But yeah, so a little tidbit on Matt's there. Also, Matt's uh, lately running pretty high. I know I saw on blue green thought lash. Oh, ouch! I didn't know you 3 point shot. For some reason, I thought you hit 2K rating, but I mean it still counts in my head, right? Like, but yeah, the new tech is so. Earlier this week, I lost a 5-0 match to Delver, and it felt like I really wanted. Okay, there's been two. That is pretty impressive, Matt. There. Okay, so for those who don't know, ever since Modern Horizons 2 came out, Elves has not really had a finisher or a defined finisher of sorts. Ever since Scavenger Ooze essentially got, in my opinion, power crept out of the format. Like I just don't think that card is playable anymore because every deck is like abusing the graveyard and filling it faster now because of Dragon Rage's Channeler and essentially delve threats like either Murktide Regent or even before that Ethereal Forager, right, the whale. And I just don't think, especially with the printing of Endurance, it just doesn't make sense to me to sink mana into schools anymore. Now, because Ooze traditionally has been the closer for elves, essentially untapping you pretty much won, right, against blue red. There has been a missing kind of like closer, so to speak, for the deck. Now, obviously, my win rate against Delver is still decent, but it wins ugly for lack of a better term. What I mean by that is just like you're beating in with like 3/4 tribal, which is strong, but like it's not the cleanest kill. Or like a lot of times, like sometimes you get these like 1/1 board states with maybe you get lucky and you have a Allosaurus Shepherd with a Cradle, but it wins ugly for lack of a better term. Now, I lost the 5-0 match I said earlier in this week when I was testing for the showcase qualifier. I don't remember who I played against, but um, nevertheless, I was like, man, I really wish there was a 2-drop spot that. So I actually went on Scryfall, and this is a card I've tried like with very limited reps in the past. And I looked on the card, I looked on Scryfall. The most interesting options were like Grim Flare, not that interesting really. Fiend Artisan, which I thought was the best option, and this one's still up my sleeve. Hey, Soul Strong, I'm glad to see you play Elves. I'm sorry it didn't work out in the challenge today, but I'm glad to see that you're still playing the deck. For what it's worth, I think one of your opponents, Julian, did top 8 with the list. So I think the deck is very strong, and I know, like for instance, two friends, Jurg and Curran, both top 8 yesterday. Yeah, Julian is very good. He's the OG, elf player, carrying the banner for all those years, right? But then, so the other idea that was up my sleeve was you play one Fierce Impet, then you play one Hogak to essentially go over the top. Like I wanted a way to like close out the matchup really quickly because like essentially I want to have from a strategic standpoint. I want it so that the blue red Delver player must win the early game and cannot win the mid or late game. And the reason why I want that is because I don't think we can beat them in the early game outside of them like just not respecting our hands, for instance, like just like allowing us to combo off and just keeping no disruption. I think outside of something like that, yeah, Julian's a very strong player for sure. I think tactically he is very strong in terms of that's one of his strengths in terms of attacking the matchup and things like that. What was I gonna say? Okay, so I wanted a way to close out, and I had the idea before with Fiend Artisan. This is a while ago, but then again, limited reps. Like if you untap with it, you can start chaining and sacrificing your 1/1s that are like useless in the mid to late game for endurances, and in theory, that should lock out your opponent. Now, I want to shout out some of my testing partners this past week: Ethan Cummings, um, Adam Wallace. So Ethan tested Blue Red Delver matchup against me. Adam Wallace tested the Moon Stompy matchup. There's a tech that we tried, but I ultimately ended up not playing it, which was one Mass Vandal and one Dark Depths to beat a Blood Moon. And it was quite good, but we ended up not going with it because I was like definitely afraid of oops all spells. Um, I didn't discard it. I just wanted to try the Artisan first because to me that sounded better in theory. Also, the thing was I've already trimmed down on one endurance because the I drove with Eli, who I also teamed up with from a metagame perspective, like just trying to figure out what other people were playing. I joked with Eli, who's a Goblins player, that the 3-drop spot is already very crowded. So I wanted really a 2-drop, which is what Fiend Artisan in theory would have helped. And the last time I tried Artisan, granted limited reps, like Shriekmaw was not discovered yet as a sideboard plan to make our Glimpse of Natures better against Blue Red, right? And when we tried it, both Ethan and I were like, wow, this card is incredible because the blue red player cannot beat an edict every turn more or less, right? Like uh, every turn they're losing a creature. If I have five, I guess 6 mana would be right. Granted, that's the very late game, but what it means is the blue red player is now priced into winning early, and that's not always possible. And it gives us a benefit from a strategic standpoint. It probably is, Matt. I can believe that because one, the value is good, right? Because you tutor and it's already a 1/1. So if you treat the 1/1 as 1 mana, the 2 mana is demonic tutor, right? For whatever you need. Hey, Answer Key Gaming. And in this case, I would have, again, it's possible that plan might even be pretty good. The problem I see is twofold. One, the 3 drop spot is pretty crowded. And really, it would be a 4 drop because you're going to Green Sun for the Fierce Empith. So again, there are some of the ideas I've had cooked up. I just never implemented until actually that one I haven't even implemented yet. But in theory, I just didn't like it because the 3 drop slot is crowded and we need mana in the Delver matchup. Also, Fiend Artisan. So yeah. So the other thing I liked about it was unlike Scavenge Ooze, it grows out of bolt range or potentially even unholy heat range without having to sink mana. I just don't think in Legacy today you have the time to like eat people's graveyards. It's why it got a lot of hype, but you know the I forget the thing. So Lion Sash out of D&T hasn't been like super game breaking, so to speak, right? Like it's been okay, but not because you have to spend mana. Can you say the same for Maverick, Dukes? Which part are you talking about? Also, Dukes, if you get a chance, I do think you should try the Maverick list I sent you. I think that probably does have some potential. I don't love that one last spot, but you can play whatever you want in that instead of the Scribe Ranger, or if you want to keep Ranger. But yeah, that was the logic. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I see. Can't say the same for Maverick. Yeah, yeah, endurance is just better. You just don't need to spend the mana. Um, the the way I filled out the rest of my sideboard for the showcase qualifier was instead of this Mindbreak Trap and the opposition agent and the Thoughtseize, I had a crop rotation because I expected green white depths to be a thing, even though nobody technically qualified on it. My gut was because Rodney Bedell, hopefully I'm pronouncing his last name correct. Shout out to Rodney, by the way, for the very impressive SCG run that he had. I think like 11-0 or something like that. Yeah, yeah, definitely the winning list, CFT SOC list. Is also shout out to our Green Sun, another Green Sun deck, by the way. The second Green Sun deck to win the event in a row, by the way. The previous one being uh, McWinsauce, obviously. But I expected Green White Depths to be a part of the meta, and also I knew there would be at least one Rainbow Depth because they qualified on that list. Shout out to Wiltron92. So I played a one crop rotation as a secondary instant speed Caracas, and then I had 2 extra copies, so 3 total ley lines. Unfortunately, I didn't draw them in my Oops All Spells matchup, but I kept the double endurance hand. Did not get there, unfortunately, against Leyline of Sanctity. It's debatable whether I should have mulliganed for the Leyline or not. That's a different story, but I don't want to dwell too much on that. I think I made the right decision given everything I knew, but I mean, that's what happens sometimes. Going forward, though, I don't want to dwell too much on the past. Uh, I want to talk. I omitted the fourth Thoughtseize. I think Thoughtseize is just too flexible not to play. And in an open meta, I like 4 discard spells, especially the best discard spell in the game. Um, the other card I didn't play that I like a lot, I can see that for sure. So strong. Yeah, hindsight's also 2020, right? Speaking of 2020, Mirror Lake, right? Uh, I thought about playing the opposition agent, but given the metagame, I thought it was gonna be a little bit too fast for agent because agent notably can be found off artisan, and it breaks open the mirror. First of all, not that I expected to really play the mirror. There's only Fluffy was in the list as well, but I think in the future, this is like a very low opportunity cost with high ceiling, and I think you definitely want in an open metagame because it beats creature control. Sorry, creature combo one opposition agent to find off Artisan. I'm not a big fan of agent to be honest. So I think I know where Josh is coming from on that because in let's just say half the matches, it's probably not going to be able to be found off Artisan in time because they just have the fast hand. Now, I do think the reason why I like one going forward is because if you draw it naturally, you probably just blow out your opponent. Like they don't see it coming, they're just going to walk into it more often than not. The other reason why I like it is because sometimes these creature combo decks they have these slow, fair game plans. So in the case of like Depths or like Cephalid Breakfast, right? I'll just use some examples. Sometimes they open up with like three swords of plowshares and they kind of have to keep, or they open up with like maybe half the combo and maybe like two, three swords or something like that. I think in those games it can get kind of grindy, and that's when opposition agent I think potentially off of Fiend Artisan can be relevant. Now, if you didn't play it, I don't think it's a big deal, but you do have. I kind of treat this as like the fourth natural order, which back in the day people played. Also, this card is just insane in the mirror. Like I cannot understate how good this card is in the mirror, and I do think the especially the Netto version is very popular for people who like have a hard time even playing this version because it's more. The Reclaimer version requires more knowledge of the format, and the sequencing involved because you don't have the mana, I guess, netting, I guess. That's probably the best way I can say it. Mana netting of Nettle Sentinel during a glimpse chain. You have to be tighter on your glimpse chains. But in theory, in my opinion, um, if you can sequence tightly, you probably don't need it. And for every time you actually do need a win on the same turn, there's probably like 10 times where you don't. So, yeah. I personally just don't think you need it like most of the time. And the problem is, it's like bad, right? When they shut off, if they have a plague engine for more or less, even though it lives through it, Nettle Sentinel doesn't really do anything because its friends Heritage Druid and Birthright Rangers don't live, right? Just to screw with people, is the real answer. High star, like maybe even two ley lines, just because like I don't like it when these graveyard players just Google your list, for instance, and think, oh, they Google your list and they think, oh, I don't need to play around Leyline the Void. So this gives you a roughly 10% chance of just winning on the spot if you open with it. Also, when is another sequencing primer coming to Patreon? Great question, Cloud. It's coming actually in 2 days. So actually less than that. On Tuesday morning or even tomorrow if I get the time, I will post it out. The part two and final part of the Patreon sequencing article will be out tomorrow or Tuesday. So if you guys are on the fence about Patreon, I would say this is like probably the most ideal time to join because I think it's the most important primer or any article I've written for the deck. And especially with the deck doing so well right now, I don't think you want to, if you want to learn the deck, obviously, I think this is a good time because a lot of people are learning at the same time, so you can kind of like learn at the same pace and help each other. So what I mean by that is like I have some people here like Soul Strong, um, who is coming up to speed really quickly. I know before it was what's it called it. Simon Nielsen was coming up to speed really quickly on the deck. A few other people that escape my mind right now, but I just think right now it's like pretty hot, and I do think like before I don't really try to interject too much about this, but I see some advice where if you have a if you're scared about the level of difficulty to play this version, starting out with the Netto version, I actually don't advise that unless your end goal is to play the Netto version because I do think you develop habits that are hard to unlearn that hurt you with this version because the Netto version I would say is more of an aggro combo deck. I would think this version is more control combo or mid-range combo. What made you test Fiend Artisan again? More combo decks? No, actually the Delver matchup. Notably, I actually paired into Moonstompy on Saturday against Max Gilmore, and it was notably very good there too because I won a match or a game where I had two endurances and then Fiend Artisan out, and he told me afterwards, because we're good friends, that he died with fiery confluence in his hand. Yeah, you're not alone, Decent. So Decent and Curran played the Neto version. So did I, and so did Star Fox. Okay, who's here actually? And it just the problem is you have this urge to just play out your hand, and I think that's the main issue that gets reinforced if you play the Neto version, which is like I just want to spew my hand, which is not is often not the correct play on turn two with an active reclaimer. Like more often than not, you just want to get cradle. Like unless you can win or do something real, really explosive that turn, the correct play is probably to get the best card in your deck, right? Like it's why this card is the deck is called jokingly Cradle Control because you really want to just set up your board state for turn three. Like you give up the 10% or 5%, 10% maybe if undisrupted, but maybe realistically anywhere from 2 to 5% of the turn two kills. You give that up, but you can win consistently on turn three, and even through hate on turn four, like more often than not. And I don't think the traditional build can really beat hate that easily. It is my experience and what like for instance Jax played or had a friend play that version and just said it like folds to a sneeze like, oftentimes. I found it twofold. First problem was spewing your hand, which is a symptom of the real problem, which is assuming you are generally the aggressor in most board states. Yeah. So again, it's the philosophy of the deck is like very different than the other one. Whereas I think the other version is very much a aggro combo deck because you want to like spew out your deck, maybe activate a shepherd so to speak. If you can get it down and disrupt it. This version is much more control combo in my opinion. If you want to call it like mid-range combo, I think that's like reasonable descriptor as well because really you're not running removal except for the Grist main deck. You have like some of these prison elements like maybe Collector Oof main. Speaking of which, the one of the deck building dilemmas I think going forward is with the addition, and this is a slam dunk by the way. Decent played a 5-0 today, and this already won him a match. You should get a notably for subs. Yeah, I can ask Inigo for sure, Adriano. So for those who don't know, MTG Soul Strong is like probably one of the best modern players around, known for Grixis Death Shadow. Notably, again, keyword, he is he mentioned to me via DM because he's also on my Patreon by the way for those who are curious. But he mentioned to me that he found this deck enjoyable because he feels like the planning ahead like helps with or his experiences with like Grixis Death Shadow helps with planning ahead. Which this deck typically you want to plan 1 to 2 turns in advance, whereas with the other version 0 to 1 turns in advance, in my opinion. Just because again it's more aggressive, it's more of an aggro deck like is the fallback plan, which is this deck is really more a mid-range slash prison deck first and into a combo deck. So great question, Basic Swamps. I actually think yes, because the some of the criticism I've seen of elves in the past, and I don't want to throw anybody on the bus, obviously, but like some from notable pillars or like people in the legacy community is like, yeah, sure, elves can like spike a metagame, for 1 or 2 weeks, but can it fight through the hate? Thank you for the raid punishing waterfalls. This feels like a Tony Scapone reenactment, right? I got punished by punishing waterfalls in the showcase earlier. Congratulations on the top 8, by the way, Matthew. So, great question, Basic Swamps, and yeah. So for those who don't know, yeah, Matt here, punishing waterfalls, finished beat me with oops, but made the top 8, which is like very impressive. And then, but to answer Basic Swan's question, like this, it's been asked before in the past. Can elves fight through the hate, right? Like once people are prepared, and I would say on MTG Goldfish, and especially if you have just been keeping track of, in particular, my good friend Jurg, Aaron Relentless. I tweeted out earlier today with Julian top aiding today. This version has now top aided 9 out of the last 11 challenges, and multiple of those 9 were with multiple pilots. So, and I've seen every blue red sideboard right now. 2 end of festivities, 1 submerge. So I think before the staying power was maybe not there. I think the biggest example of this was after day 2 of Eternal Weekend. Uh, I had top aided day 1 of Eternal Weekend last November, and 3 pilots. Shout out to Jurg again, Fluffy, and PV Peter Vanderham for top aiding the second day 2 of the event, and Jurg actually winning it all. And day 3 was a disaster. Like the win rate for elves dropped from, I think I saw like 60%, which is like unheard of, right? For the first 2 days. I don't know the exact number, something along those lines, to like 40% after Jurg had won Eternal Weekend, and then everybody was playing like double end of festivities day 3. The downfall. But okay, 1 second. So I do think this deck has been on everybody's radar for the past 2 months now, and it is still the number 2 deck right now on MTG Goldfish, and the win rate is actually through the roof. If you look at the win rate of the pilots in the challenges, it's just through the roof compared to other popular decks. The only other deck right now with a comparable win rate, I would say, is the Riddlesmith deck, and I think that likely has to do with the fact that people don't really know how to play against that deck just yet. It is my opinion. Also, I was on stream with Romario, and I do think the mana base has some issues, but that's neither here nor there. But they do have a nice win rate at the moment as well. With respect to the downfall or what this deck is weak against, I mentioned this before that Rite of Flame decks tend to be an issue because um, Endurance typically has no text against those decks, unlike against Reanimator or something. Um, yeah, also Riddlesmith, I think we lined up personally well against them. I'm just saying, like, they and we kind of share the highest win rate out of any of the more popular decks, so to speak, right now. With more than 1 pilot, for instance. Like, obviously, if a pilot goes like 7-1 in challenge, or like 5-1, right, it's going to have a high win rate. But with multiple pilots, I think Riddlesmith has a high win rate, and then we have a high win rate. Um, so, Rite of Flame decks, in my opinion, are a big problem because, like I said, Endurance typically has no text against those decks. This includes Belcher, the Epic Gamble, the Epic Storm, Ruby Storm are the ones. And then I think the other one, I kind of alluded to it, the other deck that I think is a problem matchup for us is, unfortunately, if he's still here, Punishing Waterfalls, Oops All Spells. And it's not because we don't have cards that are good against them. The issue tends to be Leyline of Sanctity is very difficult for us to beat because it blanks almost all of our disruption conveniently for them and unconveniently for us. Now, obviously, we can play uh, Leyline of the Void, right? The problem with Leyline of the Void, though, is we get into this situation where we have too much graveyard hate. Like, I don't really want to have Leyline plus Endurance and then run into, like, the Epic Gamble. Or, sorry, the Epic Storm, right? Obviously, it has text against the Epic Gamble, but maybe that's something we consider going forward. Mindbreak Trap can be easily played around. Now, one thing we can do is just accept losing to the Epic Storm and play Leyline to beat Oops, and it conveniently also beats the Epic Gamble. So I may consider doing that. Also being very good against Reanimator, which has our Reanimator matchup, while traditionally, well, historically bad, recently good, but lately not as good, if that makes sense. So in the last like decade, the worst matchup for elves has typically been Reanimator. Now that is a lot better because of Endurance now. Yeah, I absolutely hate Mindbreak Trap. I hate that card. It I've died within my hand many times to like Reanimator or to like I've died to it like against Oops All Spells if they sequence correctly. What else? I've died. What else can be like Ant can discard you immediately. The only decks that I found have a hard time beating Mindbreak Trap
tend to be like the Epic Storm or the Epic Gamble.
Yeah, the epic blank tends to be good against those decks, but against a lot of these other decks, they can beat it easily. Not to mention, uh, it doesn't really do anything against Sneak and Show, right? Which is not the worst because we have Caracas, but definitely not one of the better matchups. So maybe we'll do that. Maybe we'll play. Let's just say the second Layla. Actually, we'll try 1-1 just for our league tonight, unless somebody objects. But I think I want to try this list going forward. I decided to stream tonight just because I had the night free. Uh, I am probably a little bit burnt out from prepping this week for the showcase. So I may take a little bit of a mini break from or play a little bit less with this deck, but don't worry, I will have the updates for Patreon and whatnot. Okay, Soul Strong objects and wants two Leyline. Uh, okay, we will play two Leyline, and then I think I saw a question on my Discord. Actually, I'll post everything right here. I saw a question or a comment on my Discord if we've missed the fourth endurance. I personally have not because the way this deck is now built and that has really increased the win rate in my opinion is no bad cards, so to speak, right? Or no dead cards. Now, one of the ways you can lose against blue red, for instance, or even against these band control decks, if you just open with like three endurances, and I do not really want that to happen. The ideal number of endurances in the opening hand for the relevant matchups, if it's fair, is one, and I think opening two against Delver, it might as well be a mulligan, right? All right, so I think with that said, ideally I like to have room for the collector oof in the main. So I may experiment with cutting. I know this is gonna sound heresy, but I may experiment with cutting a Birchlow Rangers as much as it pains me. Um, that is also true from Answer Key Gaming. So endurance isn't even the best anymore because of it doesn't go over the top of Shredder, which notably Artisan does. So that is one issue that is solved by playing Artisan. Um, Actually, let's for science, let's try it. I'm gonna go ahead and move the oof back to the main, and that frees up another slot. Now, I think the first trap is now either. So, audience or Twitch chat, do you guys like this or gals like the first trap or the first crop? I played the first crop. Um, it heals me on the other hand. All right, let's play the first crop. Especially, okay, I just thought of something. With the big event, the team event coming next week, crop rotation is a very nice card to have. More questing beast. Unfortunately, I don't think questing beast does for us what we wanted to do with Fiend Artisan in the deck. And I think for paper play, especially, crop rotation tends to be very good. There tends to be a ton of all right, so let's take a quick poll. Crop rotation or force of vigor? I think crop is kind of nice for the because I know there's a lot of people prepping for the paper event coming next weekend. So I do lean towards crop, but I can be convinced into one force of vigor or even replacing maybe a ley line with it. But I think this is like pretty reasonable. All right, let's. The reason for that basic swamps is yeah, it's exactly like what are we targeting with it? 8 cast has completely fallen off the map. Uh, Also, it tends to be very high variance against these Moonstompy players. Like it can be very good, or it can just do nothing, right? Like if they have turn one Magus, it doesn't really do anything. If that turn one Trinisphere also doesn't really do anything. So that's also why I don't love it. Also, 8 cast, like I said, I joke with my good friend Jonathan Zhang. Actually, that is a reminder that force of negation is unfair, and let's fix modern, please, with by banning force of negation. Thank you for the follow, Trinisphere. Um, what was I gonna say? I joke with my good friend Jonathan Zhang that there has been an inverse correlation between 8 and elves. Ever since the rise of elves, there has been a steady decline in 8 and I don't think that's coincidence. No, no, I didn't say you do nothing, Trinisphere. I said Force of Vigor does nothing against you. I know. 3 ball is following us. That is kind of scary, right? We're being spied on. Yeah. So again, Force of Vigor can be good or can do nothing against these 8 decks. So I just kind of like whatever. Thank you, Trinisphere. That is funny. I have beat turn 1 Trinisphere before. It requires a very specific hand. I just beat it actually yesterday for the 5-0 against actually my good friend Max Gilmore. Can anybody guess what is the specific hand to beat Trinisphere? I'm pretty sure some people here can guess. It's not that hard. I think here we just take the Shepherd. I think we just ramp here. Not quite decent. Although that works, but that's not the one I'm thinking of. So the one I'm thinking of here is 2 fetch lands, a cradle, and a natural order. Because that means you can just slam turn 3 Progenitus. Yeah, so you're pretty close, basic swamps. Yeah, 2 fetch lands for 2 arbors, and then you end step fetch both of them to play around, Fury or something. Yeah, it's pretty great. Like, you just cast 1 spell and you win the game. While playing around Fury. It doesn't play around Dead Guard, notably, but you can't beat anything. Yeah, the hand is insane, right? 4 cards, and you only cast 1 spell. Basic swamp is never good, and my intuition is correct. Uh-oh. Maybe it is Ant? Hmm. Prison deck. Great. Why do I always get paired against these Pox players? Why do I always get paired against these Pox players? I just lump anything with Dark Ritual Liliana as Pox, even though they don't necessarily play small Pox. I feel like we're probably dead, but you never know. Actually, we can take out Liliana here, but we have to fade removal for a turn. What is going on? Why do they have Dragon Skull Summit? So notably, leagues. Eli told me because he didn't get a prep much because he has his dissertation. Congratulations to Eli, by the way, on that. He's wrapping that up, but he didn't get to play too many matches. But leagues are just a mess at the moment, unfortunately. I have definitely fallen off and watched it. Hey, Ramar, how's it going? I wouldn't say that, basic swamp. I'm a big discard fan personally. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here. Why are they playing Dragon Skull Summit? What did they take? Oh, they took the Grist. That's fine. Yeah, apparently. Unfortunately, these are the type of decks that I'm like most afraid of because the deck is not built to beat these kind of decks usually. All right. What do we want here? I think we want to fetch first. We are going to once see if we hit anything relevant. This makes our Once Upon a Time better, by the way, fetching first. And also, if we draw a Birch Lure, we can potentially just cast it and just like vomit our hand. So that they can't like, we strand all their discard is the point. We hit a Visionary. I think we probably want to play the Visionary. In case they have something crazy, I'm just gonna like hit bash both at Liliana. Like I don't know, they have removal or something crazy. Just take this off the board. One damage to the face is not worth the risk. Yeah, I somehow feel like our opponent is not a super competitive legacy player. Don't think I've seen. I think this might be the first time I've seen Dragon Skull Summit in Legacy. Sure. Liliana. Probably plus. I don't. Maybe minus. I don't know. Minus is not great, but neither is plus. Minus is probably better. Oh, interesting. Okay. So I guess here they can cast the Gris plus, and then I have to deal with both, and they maybe take one of them down. I don't know. Or they can plus Liliana. They go to 4 each. One thing's for sure though, they're definitely plussing Gris. I'll mention here. Are they minus? Oh, sorry, they plus the Liliana, which is fine. I don't think. I think we're pretty ahead, to be honest. They should. They're gonna plus the Gris, which is kind of annoying, but sure. We can't. We can notably. Excuse me. We notably can't take any of these down, so I'm just gonna go ahead and bounce the Visionary. Just try to like outgrind them, right? Okay, that's like the best, one of the best possible cards to draw. Notably, actually, my sequencing here could have been a little bit better because I know I'm gonna cast a 2-drop, so I should have actually tapped the Cradle. Not that it matters here. Alright, they're just dead. There's no need to play anymore because you don't want to accidentally draw the Cradle Hoof. I definitely. Alright, so that was easy enough. Now, what do we want here? I feel like Artisan is potentially kind of insane in this matchup. Think of it as the new Scavenge Ooze that needs no mana, right? I don't think we want any of this other stuff. I feel like Glimpse is typically too slow. It was okay there, but like typically I don't love it in my opinion. Do we want Agent? Probably not for this matchup. I think the extra land from Caracas is probably good. Yeah, that's probably how you think of it, right? It's a Scooz that requires no mana. It's just like a huge Tarmogoyf immediately. I think we want to do this way. We're gonna crop. We're just gonna be trying to be explosive. They're like a prison deck, and I feel like against these prison decks, they do not want you to glimpse, so we won't glimpse. Yeah, I had some nice images with Fiend Artisan. Fortunately, I can't show any of it though, for reasons I cannot disclose or do not want to disclose.
These kind of decks sometimes have opposition agent, which gives me nightmares. Don't do it. Crud. Thank you. I know, right? Please, that's like my worst fear. In response to the fetch Dark Ritual. Alright, I think we're just gonna slam stuff down now. I don't think they can really beat this card. Like sometimes they can needle it, but like outside of that, they typically these Pox type decks have a hard time beating Grist because like you can't really 1-for-1 or 2-for-2 a Grist. There's the mountain, which I still am trying to figure out why they have a mountain. Uh, on these board states, I typically like to run out Waterwood because it feels like they sometimes have a sweeper. Historically, it's been like Toxic Deluge or something. These days, it's like Plague Engineer or out of these Pox decks, maybe Engineer Plague. Possibly. I mean, I don't think we're taking this deck, you know, win or lose the result too seriously because we're never going to play against this in a bigger setting. Okay, speaking of which, there is the Plague Engineer. Now, they could name Insect, which is kind of annoying. But if they do, then will Grist tick down kill the engineer? Okay, so they did name Elf. I think here I just don't want to lose the opposition agent. I'm just gonna fetch preemptively. Yeah, I would think about naming Insect there if I were them, especially after I've already bounced the Shepherd, which is merit actually to leave the Shepherd potentially in the future. I think it was a misplay potentially on both sides. Theirs being more egregious. Ours, at least, we were playing around something. I think we F6 here. So we talked about this a little bit. Like I know people don't do this enough, but the default name for engineer is not always elf. By the way, it can sometimes be arbor or can sometimes be insect. Julian actually posted this today actually on his thread that top 8 thread that engineer against elves is not really that great because a good elf player can typically play through it. Now, some of these other stuff like Staticaster or that makes sense, Basic Swamps. Um, for those who don't know, Basic Swamp plays before a bunch of these Demir Delver type decks, either Shadow or what am I saying? Shadow or Grixis. Okay, interesting. What is going on here? I'm like really confused. Got a plus first. We could easily go over top this deck. Yeah, seems like it. It's just, how do I want to do this? May sacrifice you do destroy target artifact or creature. Now, do
I don't think I want to get not Gris. I don't think I want to get Artisan on this board state. I think I just want to draw potentially. Let's bash first. See what they do. I would think they're good in leagues, basics, because there's so much. Shadow tends to beat up a lot of these vulnerable combo decks, but maybe I'm wrong. I think here we just get Visionary and see what they do. The interesting thing here is we can actually hit the construct as they tick down, which is kind of cool. Yeah, Jason, we are. This is the leagues these days apparently. Sure. The question here is, if they even tick down, do we care? Maybe not. Yikes. Alright, so destroy target artifact or creature. I think we can just hit that and then this lives. And do we actually care about the consumes on? Probably not, right? I just let it go. Interesting. I feel like I want this to take down the ready next turn. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to say. Notably, their Voidwalker can't block, so we're just doing a whole bunch of damage at the moment right now. The HCA, I think the... Notably, we're going to take them down to like 3 or so, depending what they do here. Let's draw first. Of course, it had to be that. Maybe plus. Once upon a time, sure. I don't think I care. I think this goes to the ready, and then everything else to the player. Helm plus removal. Yeah, that would be pretty awful. I mean, they could have Helm. They have Dragon Skull Summit, for what it's worth. Actually, maybe I should have taken care of the Voidwalker. Now Josh is absolutely right. Because that's actually one of the few ways we lose here. They just helm us randomly. Uh, well, to be, yeah, that's fair. There's a couple points on both sides for sure. All right. Hopefully we get a more normal list. I think the list we played against there is probably more suited for the friendly leagues. Or I forgot what it's called. There's like the 1v1, I don't know what it's called, where it's like for practice. Yeah, tournament practice room. That's what I'm thinking of. That's probably what I would advise for anybody who's picking up this interface, which is not the best interface. I hate saying this, but I think the Magic Arena interface is probably more intuitive. So before you start to spend tickets or play points on a league, I probably would run through the practice tournament, the practice room, the tournament practice room first, just to familiarize yourself with the GUI interface more than anything else. I don't think the practice there is gonna be of any use, but I think the learning the tool or the interface is probably useful. We're playing against Yawgmoth, so it's a lot of black decks potentially. And we have basic swamp here in chat too. I would agree with that, Josh. Specifically, the economy. The arena economy is just horrendous. The only time I had to play arena that I had no choice was when I qualified for the PT, the arena PT, so aka the fake PT, right? That was the only time. It's I still count it only because it's the only time I've ever been qualified, but definitely an asterisk. Yeah, the one season I took it seriously. I hit Mythic with Rakdos Sacrifice back when Cat Oven was a thing. Yes, why wouldn't it be a high star? I think, especially on the play, you just go with the most powerful turn one play, right? And that's probably in most cases Green Sun. Um, hey, Dark Pack. Yeah, I can imagine it's good for limited, for sure. That maybe soft access with that list is being able to infinite Orm's chant. Oh, yeah, I can see that because my good friend Jonathan Zhang did when because he's I think friends with McWinsauce will joke how does the blue Zenith decks ever be combo, and maybe that's one good thing about it. Yeah. Okay. I think here we just maybe just play everything out. Our hand just got way worse. They had a really good start. Looks like they're on green white depths. Yeah, Infinite Orange Chant is pretty neat against these combo decks. I know I wouldn't want my opponent to just chant me out every turn. I guess so I've done this before in other form in Pauper specifically. I guess the combo is right with Eternal Witness and Ephemerate. Our hand is just garbage at the moment. Taiga. So it's Naya Depths here. Nice. Hey Mike, how's it going? You're walking into a sweet combat trick here. Usually I'm on the other side of this. I always forget these control decks play endurance. But yeah, we're gonna get them as they say. Our opponent definitely did not do that correctly.
and I feel for them because I've definitely been on the other side of this. Not exactly the same scenario, obviously, but I've walked into that before too.
Yes, there are effectively nothing now based on that. And we are gonna start to bash. That was blowout city there. This is what I mean by the random endurance blowouts. Just kind of insane. All right, so if they waste us, I don't think we really care. Like we're so far ahead, suddenly. Oh, Gutshot was main deck not too long ago during Ragavan era. For better or for worse. Do I bash with this? Probably. Okay, so they can do it to us now suddenly. Sure. It might have been, but I was like doing the math. I was like, it forces them to disadvantageously block potentially. Because the problem is, I can see a scenario where they like block the. It forces lethal regardless. Is I guess what I'm getting at. It's possibly greedy, Josh. I will not. I will cop to that. But if I did my math correctly, it allowed lethal through the block on the endurance. Is the reason why. Obviously, they could have changed it so that they can block the wirewood and then pitch the arbor. Then they're down on land though. Uh, greed pays off. Yeah, so they are not playing very tight here. When my opponent makes mistakes, I tend to remember that, and um, if I win as a result of it, even if they had stone nothing, attack with wire wouldn't have killed. Uh, well, let me think. I guess they can just block with Shepherd. You're right. No, Josh is right though because they can just block Shepherd with a Ramonat, then it's still not lethal. And they're priced into blocking anyways. They might as well block the 5/5. So Josh is right. I'm like tunnel visioning, obviously. My excuse is I am tired, for what it's worth. After having played the showcase today, I also ran the treadmill actually because I had a mind between rounds, like try to keep my mind fresh. Because I didn't really play Magic in round one in terms of playing as Moonstoppy, and then no had the buy round two, and unfortunately, still did not get to play Magic in round three. They would be at 2 or 1 with the fetch. For sure, Josh. For sure. I think here, I actually like this matchup these days because of. Actually, we get a boarding agent. Jesus Christ, that's gonna be good. Oops, wrong one. I don't think I love Bog personally against them. I mean, we can get like the random blowout, but I don't love it. Definitely don't want the Shepherds in this matchup. And maybe do we have one too many cards? Maybe we do. Maybe no endurance. The one thing I don't like about Shriek Maw and Agent together is the mapping tends to be a little off. Like by one card from what I like against some of these fair decks. Um, and in this case, yeah, like I consider Green White Depths kind of a fairish deck. It has a combo kill, obviously, but pretty fair by I think Legacy standards. Um, but yeah, I ideally don't really want to board out like all my shepherds, for instance. I have to look at my mapping here. Speaking of which, I forgot to announce. So on Patreon this week, I will have the second part of the sequencing primer, but I do know there's a big like I think it was like SCG or something. I forget. Whoever knows, there's some trios event going on this weekend, and I promised I would have an updated sideboard map for everyone as well. Keep SCG Baltimore. There you go. Decent's the real MVP. Awesome. Good luck, Decent. I wish you the best, and it is not just interesting. I think it is actually really good. For what it's worth, I'll send out the picture. I already bought the card on paper because I was that committed to the card being good. I think we want. Do we want to fetch or do we? Actually, I don't. I think the life gain could matter in case they like swords us, put us out of 20 range. So let's just take a fetch, I guess. That would be nice. Yeah, I have a photo somewhere. I'll post it out, but I sent it to my group chat already. The people I consult with, the before today's event, and I like for instance, Inigo knew I was gonna be on Fiend Artisan, and he's like, "Wow, you're already committed." I said, "That's how much I believe in the card." After testing with Ethan, this card is like incredible. I think if it wasn't sorcery, it'd be very broken in our deck. It'd be more than probably a one of if it wasn't sorcery. Because what it does is it means removal is like really bad. It's a scavenging ooze or Goyf where you don't need to actually sink mana. That actually has text against a lot of random decks. It's so what it does, and maybe we'll get the chance to do this on stream later, is against Delver, if you untap with Artisan, the game is over. Like just the way in the old days, when the game is over if you untap with Ooze. The It's a Goyf that randomly locks out your Delver opponent because you start to chain endurances, and if you get to the really late game and have an active cradle, they are just stone locked because you start chaining Shriek Maws. And I got to do it, I think, one or twice against Ethan in testing, and it is a nightmare, literally a nightmare for our opponent. Um, okay, we'll take the draw two, I guess. You won't loot for long because they're gonna concede. Star Fox. You may loot like once or twice, but they will start to concede. They're gonna see what's going on, and it's not fun for them. Getting Abyss every turn is not fun. Could be a reader here. Notably, Fiend Artisan being black helps us against Shadow too, for what it's worth, because those annoying snuff outs. You can do it 3 times, but I'm pretty sure they're conceding after like the second one. You can put Shriek Maws back in your deck with Endurance basics once. So you can technically. The reason why there's 3 smalls I actually tested this card briefly before, and Shriek Maul wasn't a thing at the time, so it's even more broken now than it was when I previously tested it. Okay, so they make the Dark Depths here, and they could potentially have the combo. You could untap with Symbiote, so there is a universe where you build your own best friend team, right? Now, the reason why I'm not playing more than one is you don't really want it in your opening hand. Like, it's like a mid to late game bomb that can help occasionally against combo, like if under the right circumstances. It's typically a little too slow for combo, and it's really like a mid or late game bomb. If you can get to the mid game against combo, then it's like super relevant, right? Like it's why I like the one opposition Asian too, right? To like hose all of these combo decks that if the game goes late, or hose a lot of these green decks. So if you see you see an artisan on the other side and you're playing some kind of green deck, probably a decent idea. Probably a decent idea to main phase your crop rotation, right? The mana is not an issue a lot of times because of the cradle. Obviously here they just like wasted us, so it is what it is. I think the magic number is typically 4 because that's endurance, that's grist, and that's Fiend, and that's opposition agent. Ooh, that's pretty neat. All right, let's see what we want to do here. We're one short for the natural order, but I think we're gonna fire out the glimpse. 4 is also no. That's correct. There's nothing like a good no. Ooh, okay, that's annoying. They notably did not kill the artisan, and I'm a little bit curious about that. I think we ramp here. We have lethal next turn still, which is why I didn't really care about firing out the glimpse. Do they care about artisan? Not on this board state, but they eventually may. They probably don't know we have agent yet. Like, keep in mind, like, I had this under wraps um, for today's event. So no, most people probably don't, unless they like check Twitter earlier today. They probably don't even know that I'm on Artisan, and they definitely may not have like opposition agent on their radar. We do have opposition agent, yes, basic swamps. Okay, I have a. In my defense, I forgot to, and I didn't want to update it before the event for sniping reasons, in case somebody checked it for whatever reason before the event today. So that is my defense. I will update it next. All right. So what do we want to do here? We could know. We know here. We notably get a whole bunch. Well, we get a hoof that they can block, and then what the rest is the rest enough? Let's see. It would be +4. No, it's not enough. Okay, let's do it this way. I think here I want the mana, so I'm gonna pitch. Not stream sniping, but I'm talking about for the event. Like, I want to pitch the reclaimer, and I'm gonna get agent here. And they didn't respond, so now I know it's safe. I'm gonna get the reclaimer and cast it now, so I don't have to cast play the sword. Aren't they dead through 2 blocks? I don't think so. If they have a crop rotation, they can actually beat it. So strong. If they crop for Maya, that's why I didn't natural order because it's not lethal if they have a crop rotation in hand. I think they're probably like WTF. What the hell is going on? They. If I were to guess, they may or may not have a Swords to Plowshares or a crop rotation in their hand. More likely a crop rotation, and then now it's like WTF, right? Like they can't even do it. You play Reclaimer Sack, it's 5 creatures, so 4 goes through. Let me see. Is that accurate? So play the Reclaimer and we tap out. No, I don't think that's. I don't think it was lethal if I did my math correctly. There's a chance I didn't, but I believe the math was correct. Maybe they main phase it here. We just happened to naturally have a Caracas in hand. We are luck sacks here. I think one of the hard parts about elves is actually playing through hate, and actually that's the difference between a good player and a great elf player. I think. Do we care? Probably not. Yeah, I suspect that they potentially. I was playing around crop rotation because we lose if they do that, right? All right, now I feel pretty good. We're gonna hoof, and they probably can't stop it. Like they tapped out the reclaimer now because they're trying. Like they obviously have a thing going on here with. They can activate the merit lage, but I think we just win through it now. Obviously, they can swords in response, but that just buys a lot of time. So this is also what I mean by this version requires more intimate knowledge of the format. So we kind of have to play around the potential crop rotation or source of plowshares there, right? And then that's why I chose to take the line that I did because to me we're gonna have to kill next turn, and there's no rush. Yeah. Actually, I'm gonna use a rest. I'm gonna cancel this. I'm gonna use a restroom real quick. I'll be back in a minute. I'll bring up my list just in case. Yes, I still win with the swords in that scenario. Not the previous turn though. All good, so strong. I know. Sometimes it's not easy to play around everything. Like it's hard, right? Because it could have swords, it could have crop, like a couple random things there. Hey, bud. But yeah, I was concerned about rotation for Yavimaya. What happens if they crop in response to the Fiend trigger? Then they are allowed to do it, right? Like the agent is not. Well, if they had crop for Yavimaya, I could just play the what's it called? I could play the Caracas later on. But yeah, that would give away their play. That would tell me I need to play the Caracas. I think here this is like pretty reasonable. I was telling Jason here, Luanil Magic, that I believe Green White Depths should be playing Once Upon a Time. I think this card is incredibly broken, and I think if you're a green deck with creatures and Green Sun Zenith, I believe it's probably correct to play it for what it's worth. I think here we're gonna ramp, so might as well fetch first. I still had a land drop, yes. So I was making them choose whether to do it or not, as Go Lands mentioned. I think here. So we're gonna Green Sun Zenith, and I think we're probably gonna play the. I think I like the Visionary here, because if they like swords are Zenith, we're gonna have to plan for a turn three. So again, we're gonna have to. You have to plan 2 turns in advance typically with this deck, right? Because it's like, what can they do to stop our play? And obviously, if they don't do anything, then the Reclaimer you can like glimpse on turn 2 potentially, right? But we're setting up again for turn 3, which is like the fundamental turn of this deck. It's either turn 3 with Cradle or turn 4 without. What's your perfect opening hand? It's Cradle, Green Sun, Glimpse, Reclaimer, maybe like a Wirewood, and like maybe a Natural, something along those lines. I have to think about that some more. But definitely, Fetch Land, Cradle, Green Sun, Glimpse, those 4, and Reclaimer 5. So, and maybe a Visionary and maybe a Wirewood. That's like a great opening hand. Probably not Natural Order, to be honest, because it's kind of clunky. Natural Order is the type of card I want to draw into, not have in my opening hand. Hmm. We had Cradle here. We can obviously go off. I think here we're gonna play this and then probably set up for our next turn. Oh, that's pretty good. I never respect days. Never. If they have it, like, to me, then they're down a land, right? Like I'm trying to tempo out my day's opponent. And it's easy for me to say too because I'm playing a deck with mostly 1 drops. Obviously, if it's Natural Order and it's exactly 4 mana, then I'm a little bit hesitant. But if that's my only play, I'm still jamming. Like, it's a combo deck in the Night's Whisper. Okay, we're definitely playing as a combo deck here. Maybe it's Ant or something, like a strange version. I think here we're gonna have to try to go off. And I'm kind of thankful now that we have the Collective Oof in the deck. It could be, yeah. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Maybe it was greedy. We need to hit a land here. Not a land. Well, maybe we're just dead now. Actually, what am I doing? Like, I probably should have played the heritage druid there, and if I hit a 1-drop, I can keep going. That's just bad on me. I'm just like not making the right play here. Maybe it doesn't matter. We'll see. I, I'm probably gonna get punished now because I made that mistake. For some reason, I tunnel visioned a land, but actually the percentages there, it's probably correct to. Okay, now we're dead. The percentages there is probably correct to actually play the visionary because land is more likely. Like with the numbers left in the deck, because land is roughly. Well, actually, we thinned out 4, so maybe like 7. I have to do the math. I think the number of 1-drops though in the deck is actually around. Let's see, 4 druids more or less, 4 shepherds, that's 8, and then 4 reclaimer, that's 12. Maybe that's actually not that much, right? Because Wirewood doesn't really count. Yeah, so I think actually we probably should have Green Sun. I don't want to say fall off, but it does have a bad Delver matchup. Are they gonna? Yeah, punished. Punished. I disagree with that, Def Oz. Yeah, if I played it correctly, this should not have happened. They don't. They only have one. They could have Edge of Autumn. I don't know how many street reads they had. Potentially, they could have still beat us if they just make a different pile. Yeah. So the Edge of Autumn here, they could have delved twice or gone twice in. There's one street wreath. Maybe there's only one street wreath. I don't know. No, there's another one here. Let's see. They cycle street wreath. Yeah, they could have killed us anyways. They could have just did another pile. So it's not the end of the world. Notably, Agent has big text in this matchup. Okay, Romario messaged me on Facebook. Unfortunately, I did not see until Oh, hey, Romario. Okay, so one second. I will start a call right now with Romario. Where is? Yo, Romario, can you hear me? All right, one second. Hello, Romario, can you hear me? Yeah. Yeah, I can hear you. One second. This is good. Keep. Why does it do that? I'm trying to get it to my headphones. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Perfect. All right. I think people should be able to hear you too. Oh yeah, we'll do. We'll do. Share screen. I think here. I think we just go turn one shepherd. In case they. That's correct. Okay, so I'll up Romario's volume. How about now? You guys don't still don't see it here, Romario? Huh. Yeah, I did that already. Shoot, we always have issues. One second. Actually, hold. For what? I could, yeah. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I could do that. Okay, so OBS apparently has issues with sound change while it's up. This is frustrating.
Shouldn't be your thing. It should be like an OBS, but
I have you on max on OBS.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know it could be the problem. It's fine. We'll mess with this when you do.
Oh, it's now now it's good. What the hell do we? I didn't even do anything. But okay.
Oh, you switch the output thing. That's what it is.
Oh, is it what it is?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe that's fine.
Oh,
I don't know.
just have to make a note for next time.
I feel like I'm a I'm playing the A cast matcher. I'm just casting spells at random and it works.
Well, next turn, if you draw a green spell, can't you do that trick with the like cast endurance? I mean, invoke endurance and then make mana and then natural ward and kill.
I could, but it doesn't solve anything, right? Like
Oh,
I
now you
already have
just
four
get
mana.
the.
All right,
Okay,
now
so
we
you
can
just
start.
get hoof.
We definitely punt a game one, but if they're smart, they can pile differently and beat us anyways.
They're saying I'm too loud.
All right, so I will go ahead and adjust that real fast. I
Jesus Christ, Golens. Just make up your mind. No, I'm just kidding.
desktop audio here. How's that now?
Let me see. Let me talk a little bit so I can actually see if it's too loud.
If we lose this game here, Romario, I will blame it on me because we are like sidetracked, right? Ooh, notably the agent here, which is kind of
You got
cool.
the endurance and the agent. Yeah, you should definitely keep this one.
Another 40%. That's a lot.
There's you just being a little picky now.
All
It's
right,
good. It's good.
all right. I reduced it a little bit more. Let me
Lord.
know if it's good now. So here, notably, the pitch for the endurance is gonna be the Waterwood. We're gonna look for a Shepherd off the Once Upon a Time.
Okay. Oh, it's strange. They
Do you recognize this
burn.
user, by the way?
No, there's so many people that play Doomsday now. Before I used to be able to
Yeah, it was like
tell
the
who
underground
it was.
cool. Now it's like too mainstream.
Yeah, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
All right, we never don't seize.
Right. It is the 1-2 punch, right? So
It is the 1-2 punch. I think here we also take the Shepherd because that forces the endurance through.
okay, I like that too, bro.
Did endurance change a lot in the main board? Not for this matchup, but in general other matchups.
Yeah, it's strange that they use the 2 Street Wraith because, like, I don't know. I feel like one of the best ways for you to win on the same turn
Is to have Street
is
Read, right?
yeah, and if you have multiples, it's like and you don't have to be honestly, you don't have to be that smart to be able to figure out a
Un-
pile.
unless their hand is really bad.
Days. Oh, okay.
Is endurance important? Yes. I would argue it's the second best creature in the deck.
Man, Durst
Or at
is
least,
so good as a legacy card. Holy crap!
yeah, I would argue it's probably the second most important creature in the deck.
Like even the deck that I'm playing, the blue green Totlash deck,
Mm-hmm.
that card is so good. It does everything you want it to do. Unmask. Oh, okay.
It's like Reclaimer is number one by a lot, in my opinion. And then two and three are close between Endurance and Allosaurus Shepherd.
So they're removing a dark ritual, right?
Yeah. So maybe they have
Okay.
another one. Or they're going to have a land drop into Doomsday here.
So yeah, that's what I was thinking. If they do, oh, okay. They don't have the combo hand then.
Yeah, they don't. They have to take Agent. Okay, so Agent already did its thing. Nice.
I think you just play that guy actually.
I think so too. I think you just
Yeah.
shut him down.
I mean, they only have 2 cards in hand. They remove the dark ritual. That means they don't have Doomsday in hand.
Right. Otherwise, they would have done it already.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Sure, I don't even know what kind of hand they kept, to be honest.
Kind of.
Maybe they saw the 2 Street Wraith and was like, oh, I can just like redraw 2 cards, which is
No,
kind
that's
of a trap.
exactly why I think they did what they did, right? Because it doesn't make sense otherwise.
Right. Panashama died because of endurance. I don't know. If anything, I played against a Fauna Shaman deck the other day. It was pretty cool, actually. Yeah, this is looking
Quite good.
pretty good. Yeah.
We can play
What's the
for
name
C's
again?
here. Go ahead.
Oh,
Oh, I have your favorite thing, by the way, Ramon, right here. Can you
is it?
see? I don't know
Oh,
if
I
you
didn't
saw
have the
the,
game.
huh?
I didn't. I saw the stream good. Oh, that was pretty.
Hello,
I
Ramon?
don't. I don't. I don't. Well, so he gets a land back. Right? Yeah.
I don't think so because they can just do it on the end step, right? If we bounce it, it doesn't
Favorable.
matter. It's like not in play. Basic swamps. I actually
No,
think
but
we're
they
playing
also
that
don't.
anymore.
Yeah, they don't really play removal like in Doomsday. Like
Not only that, it's like removal end step where it doesn't matter if like they're gonna do it before they kill you, and you're not gonna get a
correct.
chance to
Yeah.
play it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They're not gonna fatal push and pass a turn.
Right. Or
It'll
they're
be like it'll be like in a turn and push it. And at this point, they're gonna push the collector hoof, not the other two cards. So
mhm.
all right, they're going for it.
Okay. No cards in hand.
It's possible that they have like two Thassa's Oracle. It wouldn't be too crazy to think they do, but
They could, yeah. They go to six though, so
correct.
really the street reef line is like dead, right?
The which one?
Street reef,
Oh,
because we're gonna bash here for four, and
no,
they're
but
gonna.
well, they don't have any cards in hand too. So, I mean, they could have.
Like, I think they're
Oh no,
just straight up
he's
dead.
swing for four. Yeah, yeah. I don't think they can win, to be honest. They probably just cast a Doomsday now because it doesn't do any good to wait another turn.
Correct, because otherwise
So
you
they're
waste
probably
another
just
turn.
like Doomsday, and then now I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do. So,
And we have that two
which
answers in our hand, anyways.
right, and they're aware of at least one endurance, right? So it's
Hmm.
so if you draw a Cradle, like no, they can't really win, right?
I mean, if we draw a cradle, we have lethal.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Like we just evoke the endurance and then hit for 12.
Right. Doomsday players, maybe they should start playing Paradigm Shift.
I mean, it's kind of the
It's kind
same
of like
concept.
Doomsday, but you don't lose life, and it's only two mana, not three triple black, and it's more obscure too. There's not a single time that you cast Paradigm Shift in paper that people are like, oh, hold on, let me read this card again. It's all I want for like Magic. It's like a card that's actually good
Hmm.
and makes people read them.
I know, right? I'm trying to think. Actually, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna get some readers for Fiend Artisan going forward.
Yeah, the card was kind of hot like when it came out, right? And then it didn't really see that much play afterwards.
Hmm.
I wish I could find a like one of those graphs from like they show the card price. I think Fiend Artisan was one of those that was like real expensive when it came out, and then
That card actually, when it
picked up.
came out, I thought it could be good. The problem was it came out in Ikoria, and unfortunately, that set is just so broken that I just got distracted with other things like companions. So I never really got to test it at the time. But granted, in that environment, I don't think it would have been as good too because two things. Um, I think one, the companion, right, and then two, endurance had not been printed yet.
Right.
Well, actually, endurance
Yeah,
is printed.
that said it was like really good for Legacy. That's right. I forgot about that one.
Yeah. So I think Artisan got better with Modern Horizons 2, but we just never tested it. Well, I was planning to, and it's just like limited testing, and I forget what happened, but somehow I was off the card for some reason. And then what really set over the top was the Shriek Maw, I think, because now we have Elemental Tribal, right?
So, oh no, I found it here. At least on MTGO, when it came out, it was 30 tickets,
Mm-hmm.
and then it was like 25 for like a while, and now it's 1 point something.
Yeah, actually, Decent just picked it up for like I think one ticket earlier today and said he 5-0'd immediately with it, and then he said it won him one game if Decent's still on the chat here.
Sacrifice. I'm reading the card again because I forgot. So like, it sacrifices another creature, search your life for a creature card with a convert mana cost X or less. What about the okay? Huh. Yeah, so it's not quite too boxy, I guess, as like something like Birthing Pod, but it's I guess in a deck full of like 1 and 2 drops, it's okay.
Mm-hmm. What is it? What pile did they make here? It's okay.
See, watch how many cyclers they have, because so the 2 switch rates are there. There's no Edge of Autumn, right?
No, so they
Obviously.
have two Edge of Autumn, so they're gonna draw two. I think they're just gonna make a cycle pile.
But they know the thing, so they can't do it. They're gonna lose the game if they do that.
I mean,
Uh,
I think they're dead regardless, to be honest.
yeah, most likely. Don't, no, I wouldn't even fetch.
You would not fetch here.
No, that's what they're gonna do first. If you buy 1 turn, it's enough to win. So you're probably just gonna endurance like to put that one Doomsday back into their deck. Like you could probably do when they play the next
I
spell.
think we just hard cast the endurance here.
Yeah, the first one you hard cast, yes. Yeah, you can do it now if you want. Oh, okay.
I think they're just dead, right? Yeah.
Yeah. There was no way. They could have 2 Tassa's Oracle, but it wouldn't matter.
Yeah, because we have them on lethal regardless. Even if we didn't have the land there, like we have lethal through the because the first endurance buys us another turn, and they can't even block everything.
Right.
Indirectly,
Oh yeah,
our
Fiend Artisan. That's the one we're talking about. Goblins.
here I'll bring it up. I'm pretty sure this is gonna be the new talk of the town for green players. And I think
Town.
it is uniquely good in elves because elves is all 1/1s for 1 mana, or even better, fetch land for arbor. I think it
Oh,
is.
Lunia said he owns the ships. Yeah, so Lunia now buy some couple of thought lashes, and you can build like a really sweet deck. I can give you a list if you want. Oh, Britain's leaving us for a second. Okay.
Left my
I'll,
water over there.
oh, okay. I thought you were gonna leave us. I was gonna entertain them.
Mm.
I got a water bottle too.
So let's see if we can do this 5-0 here. We're, you know, 3/5 there. I'm playing against Doom. This
It
usually
is up if they're not playing Doomsday. Oh, never mind.
that would be great. If they play Doom. I think we're gonna mull this.
Yeah, that is. Ugh. Oh, at least you get to put the hoof back.
Yeah, and we got lands and spells. Good enough. I think we lead with the heritage. I usually lead with what I think is the weakest elf. I think recently though the heuristic has changed. We want to lead with the strongest elf against Delver. Um,
Look at other reasoning actually when you told me because it made more sense to me.
you have to make them
Uh,
spend mana and play defense. Is the thing.
no. I meant the other reasoning you told me about the heritage druid, and it made more sense to me when you
Mm-hmm.
said that like no, this one is the only one that like doesn't do anything if there is no other elves in play.
Uh huh.
So if there is one elf that you want them to kill, this one.
So here's awkward. We can't really play around removal here.
Hmm.
So I could glimpse if I knew for sure they were like tapped out or something. I'd probably fire it off, but like we get blown out by removal spell. I just don't want to do it here. I'm gonna wait another turn.
Okay. We're gonna try to play the deck that won the event today.
No, they're a wasteland deck.
Yeah, Iceland Boseiju.
Mm-hmm.
So if you draw another elf here, do you just glimpse?
Woo! I think so. I think we fire it off here.
Just say okay.
If they're gonna force it, I don't think I care. Like,
I think if you glimpse without playing the cradle,
Mm-hmm.
the chance to let it resolve. I don't know.
No, they can daze it, right?
Yeah, but they're not gonna. They're playing your hand. They have your hand.
Oh, that's true. I didn't even think about that. That's a good point.
Yeah.
I need to pay attention to that. But yeah. Then we just
And
pass.
you just pass it, right?
Yeah.
So what do you do? Just get the arbor?
I think so.
Okay. Is it with all of them? What?
Get the old arbor here. They don't have removal. They're just dead here.
Yeah, that's what it looks like.
Some people play around Sajiri Steep for what it's worth. Like, in theory, I could have it, but usually I don't.
Oh.
I don't think it's worth it.
Are they playing Bolt?
Oh, they're gonna
Crop
waste Fiend
rotate.
here. Interesting.
Yeah.
I did. I
What is the
didn't.
card that they removed for the thing?
Uro.
Oh, Uro.
Maybe they're
Okay.
like a lands deck. What is going on?
Okay. That's interesting. Oh, sweet. So they just attack with the guys they're not reclaimer.
Pretty much.
Okay.
I should have fetched beforehand. Let's do that correctly.
Is there any reason for that?
Huh? Yeah,
Is there
because
any reason to
I
fetch?
want to play around removal.
No. Was there a reason to fetch before
Yes, because I know I'm gonna
the
attack
attack?
with these three. I need to
Okay.
play around removal. It's a little bit sloppy what I did here.
Okay.
Do you see what I mean or no?
Yeah, I understand.
Like I've seen new players do this all the time, where like they don't main face fetch reclaimer, and then on the opposing turn, the opponent has the bolt or the swords of plowshares, and suddenly you can't activate for cradle anymore on turn two.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
You cannot hear me cry not wolf. Is that accurate?
You're in the streamer. Me or Newton?
I don't know. Having a lot of audio
Hmm.
issues. It looks like. I think we just bash with all here. Just put them on the clock.
I mean, they're 8 life already.
Yeah.
You can grab the other arbor, right? Oh man.
So, so strong thinks my voice is a little louder than Mario's, and other people think it's the other way.
You can't make everybody happy.
Yeah. Okay, so
Uh, Lower. Oh, so strong. Oh, Teferi. What is that supposed to do?
I will reduce Romario's voice a little bit more.
Okay. So they have 3 cards in hand. You just do you even bother killing Teferi?
I think so, just in case.
Okay.
We don't want them to do like instant speed like nonsense.
Yeah, that's true. Like a paradigm. I mean, prismatic ending. Instant speed is annoying.
I think we're just gonna run it out. We're like all in on this. If they have
Right.
supreme verdict, then so be it. I don't think so though. Like in a wasteland deck.
I mean, at this point, they had Taiga in their deck.
That's true. The tiger.
Nothing really like I don't know. If they cast a Doomsday this turn, it wouldn't surprise me.
Fetch underground sea dark ritual doomsday.
Yeah. Not a wasteland. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that I guess they can. No, it doesn't matter, right?
It doesn't matter. We have lethal right now. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah. Even if they plow the vision, I mean the reclaimer, they still take 4.
All right, yeah,
Okay.
that's easy peasy. I don't even know what
Lemon
they're playing.
squeezy.
That's the scary part. Like,
I mean, I think you want the progenitors plan, right?
I think they're on the blue Zenith deck, but
Yeah,
why would
no,
they
for
have
sure.
crop rotation? That's the only part I don't understand.
I mean, those like plays like 80 cards. You can kind of put whatever you want to put in there, right?
That's true. It's like a EDH deck almost.
Yeah. Like you know how some people play like Primeval Titan in those lists, and then some people
Mm-hmm.
don't. So,
All right, so I think they're probably on Green Sun Zenith. I think we want. Well, I think they're definitely on the Euro plan. So I like the endurances.
yeah, endurance is. I was gonna say endurance, and I think the
The
agent might
Colossus is
be
probably
okay.
good, huh?
Was but okay.
Because of Leo, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's true. I forgot about Leo. Hold on, but we didn't see black, did we? Do
They
you think they're
usually.
playing 5 colors? Because we saw red, so they had red and black in the same deck too.
I think maybe we don't need that then. Let me see. I don't think we want need any heritage druids. The
Yeah, no, that
Asian
one's
is interesting because it opens up to us to wasteland, which I don't like. I think this is probably correct. But if you don't think they have they definitely have Earl. But if you don't think they have Leo, then the correct is not as good,
I think they have Leo.
huh?
I mean, I don't think they have black in their deck. That's what it is.
Sure. Okay.
But
Do you like the heritage or the agent?
I think having one heritage in the deck seems makes sense, right?
Yeah, and I don't think we want
At
to
least it,
open ourselves up to wasteland. That's probably one way we lose against this kind of
right.
European deck.
I think there's a lot of situations you want to at least be able to green some Zenith for heritage, right?
I wouldn't say a lot, but it's nice to have the option for sure. Especially with only one virtual rangers now. If this is, we it pains me so much to say that. By the way, do you think that's the correct play? By the way, main deck collective, and then just like cut another birch lore. It's like the end of an era, right?
So you have no, you only have one Birch Lord, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I had two for a long time.
I mean, those are kind of like the weaker elves, right?
Yeah, I think here, like, I think we just run out the heritage. I guess we had no
Yeah.
more. Yeah. It definitely is one of the weaker elves, and we're becoming more and more like a green soup deck.
Yeah, elves Jund.
It kind of is a Jund deck if you think about it, right? It's just like it plays that way, except it has a combo kill too, right?
Right.
Like
Did you play when no Bant was a deck in Legacy?
I didn't, but I know what it is. But no, I didn't play that in Legacy.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, obviously it's not like elves, but it had like Knight of the Reliquary, like Days and Stoneforge Mystics.
Hmm.
But then it would have like no 2 or 3 natural warders and progenitors in the deck.
It's funny you mentioned that because Eli, who collaborated a little bit with me for this event, jokingly said, "Yeah, because I said a lot of old elf players don't enjoy playing my list because it's not as fun, right?" And he said, "Yeah, because he jokingly said, oh, I Delverified this list. It's kind of like the old natural order band list, but with just no blue, right? Just like what you're
Okay,
talking
yeah,
about."
yeah, that is kind of like what it reminds me too.
Like I took all the fun elves out, so to speak.
Yeah, but I mean, those are cool. Like no, like I mean, you mentioned a bunch of times too. Uh, there when they had those flashy wins, it works, but
Hmm.
it's not really that good, right?
No. It doesn't happen actually that much. Like people always think about the mythical turn two for elves, but how many times can you turn to an opponent when they actually can interact? And how
Right.
many times is that actually faster than the combo deck you're playing against potentially? I think we play the Waterwood here.
Yeah, oh, I was gonna ask. Oh, never mind.
What?
I was gonna ask if it would make more sense to play the second Shepherd and then tap those two to cast the Wirewood symbiote.
You mean the reason why is I'm a little bit afraid that they could have black for engineer.
Okay.
Okay, so my voice for some reason is not that high. I don't know why that's the case. I think actually I
Uh, okay. I don't know. Like when I do those things, I usually turn up mine and the guest's voice all the way to the maximum. But I don't know if you do that. I don't know if it's gonna. Maybe mine will be too loud.
don't know why that's the case. Like I feel like I'm already on the max, but I could be wrong.
I mean, your voice usually when you're streaming is a little lower than when I see other streamers, but it's not to the point that it bothers me. I just turn up my volume on my side, but
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Maybe that's why. I don't know. It's weird. They could technically have red too. Like I know Sudden Demise was in that list that won the qualifier today.
Oh yeah, they had two or three of the card, yes.
Yeah, that card is scary. I have played against that before.
So that card was also one of those commander cards that was like $1 million on Magic Online for a while,
Mm-hmm.
and it was like 10 cents in paper. The two of us are very mismatched.
Yeah,
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know why that's the case, Bookish Matt. Why it's so low right now.
I mean, if you have to turn up your volume, because I'm just here to do the color comment.
Okay, how to steal my? I don't know what my opponent is saying. They just typed how to steal my STP and endings. They probably mean how to find it. I guess I don't know. They just concede randomly here.
How to steal? What?
I think they're probably frustrated if I can tell if I were to guess why they can't find their removal. I mean, you're playing
I
80
mean,
card deck.
I was about to say you're playing 80 card deck, like that's gonna
Like I
happen.
don't think you have reason to complain. All right. Maybe we can go for it. Like I know it's not ideal, chat. And I will try to investigate why there's a mismatch in the volume. But again, I don't want to jinx myself, but certain things tend to happen when Romario is on stream. I think you know what I'm talking about, Romario. How do you think the beat? What's up, Levi? How's it going? So for those who don't know, Levi's making the joke because this is like elemental tribal now, right? I have like 6 in my deck. I think it is probably slightly favored. It is my guess, assuming both sides play tight. I think it's probably slightly favored, having tested it this past week. If I were to guess right now, if assuming tight play on both sides, the elf player may be 55-45. It's definitely not more than that. You can look if allow application to is activated. You should check that after a stream. Okay, yeah, we'll do that after. Maybe I'll ask somebody to help me with that. I don't know why like we're having issues, but shout out to Levi by the way. What's it called? Levi's in my chat with all the elf reclaimer cabal. Oh, nice. I hope you have a good sophomore year, Levi. I think Levi's a sophomore from what I remember. But yeah, hopefully your sophomore year is great. For those who don't know, Levi is what's it called? In my opinion, one of the most talented players I know in terms of like theory crafting, understanding of like the metagame, how decks are built, and its strengths and weaknesses. Like for what it's worth, I got a lot of flack when I introduced the idea of Shriekmaw, and he was one of the ones that realized I don't think people realize that the Shriekmaw probably looks better, plays better than it looks, if that makes sense.
Is this for the 5-0 now?
This is for the 5-0. Oh, we're gonna jinx
All the
ourselves.
marbles. Hold on. I mean, this hand is really good too.
Yeah, it's solid. I mean, obviously you want Cradle, but it's like not bad, right?
Oh Lord.
This is Oops All Cradles before the nickname. But yeah, so Levi also notably, I will say like, is one of the people who will have valid, what's the word I'm looking for? Criticism of my deck, and then I'm happy to answer his questions because if I can, then it usually means that I'm on the right track, right? Because he asks very good questions about like, uh, how am I gonna address this issue? Things like Levi is very good. Yes, Levi is a snake or a
Snake.
viper. Is that what that is?
Viper. Yeah, snake is not really like something that's as positive sometimes.
That's true. That's true. I wouldn't say snake is positive, especially if
Oh,
it's.
Pog Champ. He's a Pog Champ.
Oh, is
There
that
you
what
go.
that is?
Yes. It's a Komodo dragon, I think. By the way, very off topic, topic, but I recommend anybody in chat, like, no, go look up a videos of Komodo dragons, like killing other animals. It's
Oh my
crazy.
god, we're playing against
Oh
them.
my, is that what we're gonna play against?
Why
Ah,
can't we
Lord.
play against a real deck?
Ooh, shots fired.
Oh my god,
No, no,
alright.
no, the heritage
What?
druid, the heritage druid, right? Because you're not gonna have any creatures sticking around, right?
No, no, the shepherd is useless in this match. We need mana.
Okay.
Oh my god, though, this is horrible. Why are we playing against this? God.
Oh, and I have exploration too. Oof. So I think you should get the reclaimer in play then.
No,
You're
I think
probably
we're
gonna
gonna
want
ramp,
to
right?
bog them at one point. I think you're probably gonna want to bog them, but I mean, I guess you get a turn, right? Because they don't have any land to cast the life from long. Yeah, so you probably ramp now and then. Well, hang on a second, but then it's a 2 turn cycle, so
No, you're
yeah, I
right.
don't
I
know.
think you're right. No, it's reclaimer this turn.
I guess I mean they have a million removal spells, right? So it's like they could have like a oh okay, so yeah, I guess it's fine. They could have like innocent blood, but
I mean, they
then they
could,
kill
yeah,
the
but like, we can
yeah,
wait
then
and
they kill the arbor anyway. So it's like
well,
oh okay, I guess it was a
now I'm kind of
oh
glad that
that's not too bad,
what?
not too bad.
I know. Maybe they'll walk their wasteland. I love it when they walk their wasteland into a reclaimer activation.
I mean they're not gonna do it.
Probably not. I wouldn't think so, at least. Well,
You
they
no,
could.
I don't think you want to ramp them, right?
No, I'm thinking
But
of
if
whether I want to
oh,
bog.
check this
Probably
out though,
not.
if you tap
What?
it by you, if you tap if you tap your I guess in other words, if you make them want to wasteland you,
Mm-hmm.
they're gonna be down to 1 land. That means they won't even be able to activate their retrofitter foundry. So maybe there is some value in like exposing yourself to
To wasteland.
wasteland. Yeah. I mean if they play another land now, then no. But if they don't,
I
then I
think
think it
given
makes
that we were
sense.
on one land there,
Okay, you no, you're about to bog them anyways.
yeah, I think I bog now. I don't want them doing that.
What is in their graveyard?
Wasteland, swamp, and verdant. I think we
Okay.
do it now.
Okay.
Why are we playing this with the 5 lanes? It's beyond me.
I mean, they want to know, so
Yeah,
they
probably
played
torture some
against.
poor soul out there.
I mean, man, I was about to say the same thing.
Probably torture some poor soul out there.
Yeah, they got played against some poor Delver player that was unaware of Pox. Oh man, 2 natural orders there.
I know, right?
Did they get the Visionary or the other thing?
But they're gonna waste us here potentially. But maybe they don't want to.
I mean, you can still cast Visionary the next turn, right?
You okay? There's a fly running around here. Do I
I
get?
think if you get the Wirewood Visionary going, it's
It's probably
I
game.
don't know. I don't know if it's game, but it's very fucking very good.
Well, they waste us here is like real bad though. But maybe that's something we live with.
Oh, you're saying to get an
I'm
elf so
thinking
you
about getting a
can
land.
land
All right, we'll go with what the stream wants. We'll take a visionary.
and just play the thing there.
Yeah, I'm gonna bash. They want to waste us, they can.
I mean, I think at this point, if they wasteland, this is worse for them, right?
Could be, yeah. They could seize us too, but you never know.
No, they're gonna life from alone. So if you had cards, well, yeah, you had cards in hand, so they would have started. Yeah.
Oh, that's annoying. But we'll.
I mean, she's going to die.
Maybe they didn't expect that. I don't know.
No, they did, but they have to play their cards like that. So
Yeah, for sure.
that's how Pox works. Oh, that's a good draw too.
Yeah. Ooh. That is
Can't
quite.
cast it now, right? So
We can't, but it might be pretty good.
okay. Then you just attack a Visionary into Liliana.
You mean the Reclaimer?
Yeah, Reclaimer. Yeah, not
I
Visionary,
don't.
Reclaimer.
Well, do we bash with the Wirewood too?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because you're probably gonna want to pick up an elf again right
We
next
probably
turn.
have to want. Yeah, depending what they do, maybe pick up the Shepherd.
Oh, this is gonna make you discard then. Oh yeah, because they're gonna get life and loan back, so they can just discard one of the lands. I don't know. Feels like they're just treading water if they do that though.
So they're gonna waste us here, and then loan back both. That's annoying.
And then make you discard.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that is. Hmm.
Just not letting anybody have fun. Do I care here? Yeah, I think I just allow it.
Yeah.
And I just take Liliana off the board now. That's pretty good.
Okay. Yeah, that seems super easy attack here. It doesn't matter, opponent.
Do I even care? Do I let it? Probably, right? I don't think I care about that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, no, you definitely save it. Okay, I thought you were gonna save it,
No, I don't think we care. Is what I'm saying.
but is there any reason not to do it? But
Um,
well, because no, all right, because Dread Arbor's. Hmm.
no. If they're gonna loam, I don't think we care. Like they're like treading water, like you said. Like that's not
Right,
gonna
but
get them
isn't,
anywhere.
isn't it? But wasn't any reason to just save your the shepherd?
No, I think we want to get them clear the board, right? I'm gonna start bashing and threatening like damage here.
Oh, you wanted to kill that creature.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I think I want to start
Oh,
threatening like lethal here.
okay.
You know what I mean? Like they're
Yeah, yeah.
treading water, trying to like LD us out of the game, and we're like, okay, you can LD us if you want, but we're just gonna like go through you,
Right.
so to speak. Like, because you know what I mean? They can't develop the board
Yeah,
as we're like
because
pressuring
they're gonna
5,
have to
right?
make like another token every turn, but they're not gonna get anywhere.
Right. I think here, this is the type of game I hate glimpse.
So you need endurances here, right?
Probably with their like loam shenanigans going on. I don't think we want agent or ley line.
Uh,
Maybe extra land.
yeah.
Crop is like okay too. We want to like, just like explode out.
I think crop is also good because
Get
you can
bogged.
also get a bog. Yeah, I was about to say yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think maybe I like this.
Playing engineer. Yeah, playing engineer is a thing too, but you can't kill it with can't kill with the sideboard that we have.
No, not at the moment. No. So what do you think of this card? You think it's the real deal? Actually, we haven't seen
I
it
mean, I
in
haven't
action yet,
seen us
huh?
playing yet, but it's. I mean, I haven't seen cast yet, but it's. I mean, it's a cool card. I mean, I like this type of cards.
I think
I played a
here.
little bit of that deck, that most deck that people tried to play a while.
Oh,
The
did
one
you?
with Fauna Shaman. Yeah, I played that one of the FNMs. When we used to have Legacy FNMs here.
I don't even know what that
Uh,
deck did.
it was basically like the Esper Vial, but before Esper Vial existed.
Gotcha.
So you play Fauna Shaman and you play creatures that do things when they come into play.
Please don't pox us here.
Yeah, that's what it seems like. Uh, it's so annoying when that happens. So annoying opponent.
Just like, God, I hate these heads. I don't know why I always pair into Pox players. Like I've talked to like Will Kruger and he said he hasn't played Pox in like a year. Thank you for the follow, Nick's time. And I played it like 4 times in 1 week before.
Oh man, no, I mean, I get paired against the deck sometimes, but not that much.
All right, do I want to pitch endurance?
Endurance might save you if in case you have to pitch a card to make mana with a cradle, but I don't
Yeah,
know if it.
maybe it's the Warwood. I don't think we want to. Artisan, if it sticks, is probably gonna win the game. Please
Yeah,
hit a land here.
you are correct.
Thank
Oh,
you.
sweet. So you go Birch or Range first or the Reclaimer?
I think here.
I think it's Reclaimer because then
I
next
think
turn
it's
you
gotta be
can.
reclaimed because we want to bog potentially, right? It's
Right.
huge too.
Yeah, they have the loam in the graveyard, so they're just gonna loam. Okay.
Oh, that's perfect actually. They're gonna loam. We're gonna pitch, and then we're gonna bog them. Did they go for that? Yeah, they wanted it.
Oh, I see. I see. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and now we're happy we have the reclaimer online.
Yeah, they have Trini Sphere in the deck too.
It's just a
Wow.
hate deck.
Oh, hold on. We don't have. Oh, we do have it on. Oh man, those are the worst card to draw. Do you just do no? I get. Do you do now? Or do you wait? No, I think you do now, right?
You,
Oh, hold on. This is weird, right? Because if you
no, no, no. I think we slammed the artisan here. It's huge.
okay, so you don't care about the life and loan.
No,
Okay.
I think
Okay.
we just start bashing. Like they're gonna take 7 a turn, and we're gonna dare them to beat us. Like to stop this.
Right, right. Yeah, because if they just loan, they're
If they keep
not
loaming,
really.
they're gonna just take too much damage.
They did not loan. Okay, you're gonna discard to Pox and shuffle with endurance. Well, I think in this case you want to keep it right because the artisan um gets bigger with more creatures. So
See, I don't think we care. Like they can do that all they want, but
right.
that's not a winning line in my opinion. Like where's
Yeah, it's a 2 turn clock.
yeah, it's a 2 turn clock now. Which is
Hmm.
woo.
Yay.
There you go. All right, so I'm an optimist, like Golans said, but for those who don't know, pretty much every time Romario's on stream, we 5-0. Like he's a personal good luck charm. That was pretty well. It was annoying, but sure, it was easy. Like I'll close. I think this is the type of game that Fiend Artisan is insane. Where like they just don't let you go wide, and they just force you to like try to play heads up, so to speak, right? And it's good against Moonstompy too. I think it's good against lands where like they just don't want you to play Magic, so to speak. These prison decks. And
Yeah.
what do you think,
Oh.
Romario? Was it impressive here? Or no, it's a 2 mana 4/4.
Yeah, this game was good. Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. Like we actually, let's go back. Let's go back to the details. I know Levi brought it up where there was concerns about playing 3 tutor targets main deck. I
Hmm.
think it might be okay because one is a 0. Well, I guess one is a 3 drop, and the other 2 are 2 drops, but they're not like super mana intensive. Doesn't play for fun. That's true. I don't play for fun. I cut all the fun cards out, right? Nettle Sentinel, Query Ranger, all these untap effects. The only untap left is a Wirewood, right? But
Oh
that
man, I
was pretty good.
misread this card. Oh, it's better than I thought it was. So you pay X, and then the X is X or less. It's not the creature cost doesn't matter.
Oh, you thought it was a birthing pot? I wish.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I
Okay.
wish it was like sacrifice a visionary, get a streak maul or something for like 3 mana difference.
Right. No, okay, it's really good. Huh. Yeah, that card's sweet.
Yeah, I think it definitely showed it was good in that matchup, and I think it was quite good against the depths player too when we got the opposition agent that they needed to source Pashas. Obviously, I think eventually people will know how to play around this card. I think you have the advantage right now if you want to play Artisan because people don't know how to play against it yet.
Yeah, I mean, I like this configuration. Looks really cool.
Did we feel we missed the burst lore or not really? Not really,
No,
right?
it's fine. I think one is fine, right?
It is. I'm a little bit concerned because like I always tell people who pick up the deck like what is the most important thing when they ask. I always say the most important thing is developing mana, and obviously the higher mana base land count helps. And but I'm a little bit concerned for a while about just going down to effectively four mana dorks if you count the three heritage and one birch lord. A question I get asked a lot is why not four? It's actually because there's diminishing returns in multiple heritage, and birch lord tends to be better in post board games, in my experience. You want to run it back, Romar? What do you think?
Sure, I'm good.
Any requests
I
from
just, I was
Twitch?
just, I was just waiting for you to finish. I didn't want to start talking over you, so.
Oh no, my bad, Romar. What do you think about the sideboard? Would you change any cards, or anybody from chat want to change any cards?
So, hold on a second. I'm just seeing one thing real quick. You have one endurance in the main deck, right, and then two in the sideboard. Yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, from today, from my list, this morning for the showcase qualifier, I cut the one burst because I kind of want to just save on sideboard slots. Yeah, I think the
Did
setup
you
I might just be
did you ever
perfect.
miss
Like,
Did you ever miss playing chokes?
oh, I hate choke. I just don't think
Okay.
you need it. Like, I think it's a crutch for us.
Oh, something I was gonna tell you. I don't know if it's gonna matter. It's when you stream Titan, you didn't put anything to do with legacy. I don't know if people will be able to find your stream as easier, but
Oh, good point. I will go ahead and swap that right now. Legacy Fiend Artisan in the future.
yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a good catch.
Oh, you should play a copy of Hornet Queen. Apparently, I don't know.
It's a natural aura target. That's it. Although to be fair, it tends to be weak against the stuff that we're already weak against. So whereas in that deck that's played it's not that doesn't have that problem.
Man, can you imagine like Delver, like, and you see a Hornet Queen? Like, how do you get through that?
You probably don't, right? Especially since that
Mm.
deck like all the other stuff are like going high and that's going
Like
wide.
Ephemerate too? Like, no, you try to kill it just like Ephemerate, like make more.
All
It
right,
is me, Nick Sama.
it is Romario. So I just changed it to Legacy Fiend Artisan in the future. So that felt pretty good. What was our overall record there? We went 5-0, only dropped one game to the Doomsday, and we've actually punted that game, but we presume if we didn't punt, they probably would have made the right pile anyways. So probably still would have been 2-1.
It's a
But
pretty
I
good
guess we run it
record.
back, right? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. I was
Yeah,
just getting my water.
yeah. I guess we run it back. List looks pretty good. I'll just post it later today, I guess. Actually, I get sweaty when I have these headphones on. I'm gonna turn on the AC real quick. I'll be right back while this is like queuing up.
Okay. Killer Bees insect. Oh, that's an old school one. That card was a what would you call a chase card back in 1996. I should buy some of them just for nostalgia.
But yeah, this list.
Oh, hang on a second. Before we find a pair, an opponent.
Should I
Do
cancel
you know
this?
what the card Raven's Warning does?
Which what warning?
The Raven's Warning.
Okay, let me look it up. The Ravens warning.
Warning. It's a saga. I didn't know this card existed.
No, I've never seen this card. I don't think.
Okay, look at the last chapter.
You may put a card you own from outside. What the heck?
Yeah.
I didn't know
So
they still did that.
I was like, man, can I just like put a terminus in the sideboard and play blue white control the cards?
Yeah, that's pretty insane, actually.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I'm not a brewer, but I might try to build like a deck with that card and run a league just to see how it goes.
That's pretty funny.
I could put the blue one to the tide, whatever, that puts everything back in their hands.
Oh, I know. I forgot. Devastation Tide.
Yeah, yeah, put them. Yeah, that's another pretty good hand here. Mikey Planeswalker. Okay.
I think after running through that league, we probably don't need the second Birch Lore.
No, I think it's fine, right? Because
It's
I guess
like one of the weaker cards. Oh well, actually, it's not weak. It's just low ceiling is the only thing. And I think in this age, you just can just play all high ceiling cards now.
yeah. Also, like I think it was very helpful, like when you were playing white, when you had
Mm-hmm.
the Archon,
Say that again.
and you just like randomly make white mana.
Oh yeah. I think here
Just a
we're
miracle. Yeah, there you go, Mike. Thanks, thanks. I forgot about the temporal
gonna.
mastery too. Yeah, there you go. I'm gonna try to talk to someone that's good at doing blue white shenanigans and
I think one reason to have Birch Lore is to be able to
shit.
cast removal on time.
Oh, by the way, they have
But
Narset, so if you want a glimpse, you should start planning to do this like ASAP. Or it might just
uh,
be a dead card in your hand.
yeah, for sure. I'm gonna go Visionary. Well, we can't glimpse next turn anyway, so we're gonna. Typically, like I said, the fundamental turn for this deck is turn 3. Especially we're gonna cut a Birch Lore now,
Hmm.
but should be okay. Ooh, okay.
Do you want to save that Greenstone's in it for Grist, I guess?
No, I think we want to ramp, right? We don't have another land drop,
Okay.
and they have to answer the Reclaimer. Like this is a must answer, in my opinion.
All right. I imagine the opponent colorless, blue, white, 3 mana. He's playing Teferi. Here, what is that thing? It makes a bird when it comes down to, I think. Yeah, it makes a blue bird. Hard combos with a Sharknado too. I'm telling you, I'm designing the future of blue white control.
Somebody has to. Blue white control is not in a good spot right now. I think
Yeah, it's also like I don't know, such a super boring deck to play.
it's
But
like super popular, but I've just not seen it do well. Like in the last like 2 months or so. Like people
yeah,
play it, but it's like 40% win rate.
yeah, just Sky. I mean, I just Sky I can include in this blue white control because it's
No,
just Sky just
I
because of
agree. I
it's
think the
just like a
pro.
small.
I think the issue it has is if it were me and I was building it, I would build it with a combo finish because you just can't in this day in Legacy control your opponent forever. Like
No, yeah.
I mean, with not at least without Sensei's Divining Top, right? Unless that gets unbanned for some reason.
I think the issue is honestly is what's the name of that card? Expressive iteration.
What about iteration?
I think it's really hard for because like no like against Delver like no you could just one for one them
And then
and
iteration
then
you lose, right?
yeah because eventually like no if you're playing blue white you land a Jace and Jace you get to untap with Jace right then you win the game
Mm.
but now you pass the turn to them the iteration and they draw 2 cards and it's like you're
No,
not
I feel you for sure.
yeah it's really hard for them to win.
Oh, a
Oh,
hit land here. Ugh.
hey.
Yikes. All right. Really needed a hit land there.
I mean they only have 3 cards in hand. They're gonna play Supreme Verdict. Oh well that's okay then.
It's not the end of the world,
That worked out okay I guess.
yeah. We need a hit land
Imagine if
here.
we had
Oh.
overextended.
All right, so that's okay. We're gonna let's like vomit our hand and
Cross our fingers.
cross our fingers for a top deck cradle.
And not a second Supreme Verdict.
There's no way they have another one, right? That's
Ah,
okay. I don't think I would
ours.
care.
You should check what they find. It's a
Brainstorm.
brainstorm.
Okay.
Okay.
That's annoying. Well, at least we know the last card in their hand is a brainstorm.
Right.
Oh, actually, no. There's a problem. I just realized.
What is it?
This is the Mystic Sanctuary.
Okay, so you just attack Narset then?
Yeah. We're not in good shape here.
I mean, it's not terrible. Do you play Collector Roof at least? Or do you think they're just gonna Supreme
I
Verdict with those two cards in play?
think they potentially verdict.
Okay, then I guess don't do anything then.
The problem is if they well, I guess that's not that bad if they do that. If they brainstorm into removal and they find a pending, it's not the end of the world. I see they're thinking about doing it right now. The order to sanctuary. Well, it doesn't look like it.
Okay, they don't have it.
Nope, they didn't do it. What's going on? Now I'm confused.
Yeah. So they
Hmm.
got a dress now.
That's actually
Okay, so
quite
they
annoying.
don't have the Supreme. I mean the thing.
They don't.
Uh, oof.
We could natural order take the Narset off the board.
Oof. I think that's out. Ugh.
Because the problem is the dress down. Then we can't kill it, right?
Guys, I don't know. I still like the idea of getting. I think Gris would be good in here, but
Well, we could also natural order just take the Narset off the board. That might be okay too.
so if you attack and just play like Collector Oof, for instance.
Yeah, I think. Wait, so
You
you
are
attacking and then collector and then what? But the problem is the dress down, right? We can't kill.
no, but then you can get Gris with collect natural order, right?
Oh, you're talking about Gris and kill the Narset like that.
No. I mean, you could, or okay, so you could attack with those two, right?
Uh huh.
And then Collector Roof would be the card that you're gonna sacrifice in natural order next turn.
Okay, I'm confused what you're saying. You're
Okay, so if you attack with a Shepherd and Heritage, I mean not Heritage, Birch Lore
uh huh.
into Narset, right?
Uh huh.
They're not gonna be able to look for more cards, and you
Right.
cast a Collector Roof, right?
Uh
Okay, so
huh.
next turn you can attack with Collector Roof, then you can play the Heritage Druid, and post combat you can natural order for Grist. Or if
Yeah,
you have this,
I feel like we should try to answer the Narset this turn with because they can untap with yeah, I think I like that.
okay, I mean,
The
yeah,
line that So Strong is suggesting, which is the natural order for Grist, kill the Narset now.
okay, then I like that too. Yeah, I think using Hoof here is not the right choice.
I agree. Hoof here is not the right choice. It also beats Swords
Also,
to Plowshares, whereas the other line does not.
and it's gonna make Finn Artisan better.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, he's gonna come down as a. I can't even see how many creatures there, but there's a few. So
It's actually why Gris is why I mentioned this with Levi actually in the group chat that Bromar is also in. Why I think we don't need a second natural order target now in the main because of Gris. That's annoying.
oh, very.
That's actually quite annoying.
Yeah,
Can we just hit lands? Yes, thank you.
that's the land.
That is a land.
So make it do the Reno.
Ooh, we milled the cradle though. And we can do the thing now. We got a huge boy here.
Yeah, they're reading for a second. Oh, it's a 5/5. Yeah.
I know. Actually, this is a combo by the way. For those who don't know, Fiend Artisan with Gris.
Oh, damn it.
So they did have the swords.
No. Oh, when Minsk and Boo? We don't know.
That's a good question. I don't know. I feel for the lands players and the depths players.
It'd be
Ooh.
nice if they at least told us when.
really annoying.
Yeah, I think that's a planeswalker you have to answer.
You think we have to tick down?
No, but I mean, oh, that's something, right? Is it not worth it?
I'm gonna bash the Tef first and see what happens.
Okay.
I don't like instant speed like interaction.
Yeah, yeah, makes
All
sense.
right, so that's off the board. I feel like we have to cycle the collective.
Really?
Yeah, I think so. I think we plus here. Well, actually, we're gonna glimpse first and see what they do.
I mean, it's gonna resolve, right? Oh,
That's fine. I don't think we care. I don't think that's a
wow.
great. I don't
That
think
was
that's a
a
great move by them.
man. I almost felt worth like losing the grist there because they were gonna have nothing on the board if you killed it.
Oh, good point.
They will just like draw one card, but
No, we lose our Gris too, though.
yeah, yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I was like, almost felt like should be the play, but I don't think so.
No, no, I think plus is correct. 'Cause I think we have Jace under pressure now.
Yeah, no, and grist is too valuable for you to just
Correct. And we can still tick down now if need be.
right. I
Alright.
think you play that card first, right?
Agreed. I think we play it first just to see what they do.
And then swing whatever you want at Jace.
Yeah, take Jace off the board and then probably tick up. If they have an answer, we tick down.
Yeah.
Ooh, yikes. Okay, that's
Okay.
annoying.
Why people insist on doing that? They often don't add. It started like recently actually. Golands. In the past was there was not an issue, but
Wait,
these days, yeah,
we gotta take Chris off the. I mean, Jace off the board.
yeah, yeah. Now it's 100%. Yeah, yeah. No, because Golands the only ones that were like kind of relevant in the past was Scavenging Ooze and like True Name Nemesis, but all of them like were no they released them on Magic Online like almost at the same time, or was like a couple of months later. I think Retrofitter Foundry is another one that took a little while, but they
They'll
did it like
come
the
out.
release. Like, yeah, but I mean now I think the problem is that it's taking longer and they're not really saying anything about it, so it's mm, creature. Yay!
Is Birthing Pot? No, it is not. It's just not good enough.
Yeah, no, it's
I don't even think we attack here.
with the little dude.
No, I don't think so.
Why not? Is it?
If they have another solid, like they could be playing anything, right? Like they've already shown they could be playing anything. Yeah, like I'm
Oh,
scared of that too.
okay. Oh, that's gonna kill your grist though.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Um, I mean, I guess if you draw a natural order, we still. Ooh, they're about to hard cast a second Shark Typhoon. Actually, we had this conversation. It's Lego Bob. So Artisan is not quite like Birthing Pod. It's a little different.
What the heck is going on? Why?
It's another Shark Typhoon.
Jesus. This is like hard control.
Yeah, it's almost like they're playing their
Like the
modern
Murkrows
deck.
in, huh? Yeah, it's like their modern deck, like you said.
Birthing Pod isn't a threat and can be cast. Yeah, yeah. There were some like Nick Fit style lists in the past that played it, but it hasn't really seen any real play like in a long time. So
Yeah, they have two huge sharks now.
I know they're. Hmm.
We just need one natural or any one time here. I say that a lot though.
I mean, I guess if you draw a Visionary, it's not terrible neither, right?
Visionary would be an awesome draw.
It looks like a prismatic ending is coming down on one of your dudes.
I know. It's bad sequencing by them though. They should have pondered first.
Oh yeah. Also, I'm getting kind of triggered by the planes that were printed like this year, and the islands that were printed like in 994.
We could attack soon, but we like walk into a potential bluff. They have source of plowshares.
Yeah.
So probably not even worth it.
No, what are they planning on doing? Not a shepherd. So is it better to hold the shepherd in your hand, or
That's what I'm debating here.
because you do have 5 mana, right?
I
Like without
do,
tapping your elves
and there's
to like
two,
actually.
but there's two glimpses already gone.
Because if you top deck a creator, then you can attack with the elves as 5/5s, I guess.
Yeah, I think we slam. I think we're not playing around anything anymore.
Yeah, if they Supreme Verdict, like no, it's not even good for them. You're gonna try to
Oh, down to 22 cards. Jesus.
well, Jace was in play for a few turns, right?
Yeah.
And then they also had a double Narset. Yeah, makes sense. Unless they're playing quick though, so
They are. They're playing really quick. This is a control mage if I've ever seen one. You know, all the nice basics, clean mana base.
yeah.
They probably bounced the insect token, I imagine.
Yeah.
Okay, they bounced the wirewood. I guess that's fine.
Yeah, it makes it you can't really block. What? Huh.
Oh, I would have backed them both. Put us on a one-turn clock.
No, also the Solitude seems kind of free now, right? If you don't, but
No, no, I can block. They can't attack with a solitude because I can pump.
oh, that's right, right. Oh, there you
Ooh,
go.
that
That's
is an insane draw.
Source of Plowshares.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay.
that? Okay. Do they have two?
Do we care?
I think don't you make mana?
Yeah, I'm debating about whether making that. I think we do. Mm.
Mm. I think I would play that card, by the way.
The ball, give me? Yeah, I think so too. I'm just
Yeah.
debating the mana here.
You know, yeah, because the other Arbor is in the graveyard, right? So that's not.
Not to mention it stops Snapcaster from being a thing on Supreme Verdict.
Yeah, this seems to be the deck that would play Snapcaster.
This would probably for sure play Snapcaster.
And you just need to draw. I think, by the way, this is one of those times you definitely pick up the Visionary, right?
For sure, for sure, for sure. We have to kill them this turn.
Hmm. I think if you find a Cradle off of the first trigger. All right, let's draw something. I'm gonna get a lot of redraws here.
We are, yeah.
Hmm.
Blanks so far. Natural order. That works,
Mhm.
I think. Let me see.
You have six. Oh, you already activated that, so you can't do it. So three, four, five, six,
Grace is in the
seven.
yard. Where's the endurance?
Endurance in the deck is in the deck, right?
Endurance is in the deck, yeah. We might have to just endurance to live here. What do you think
Okay.
about that? Huh?
No, no. Yeah. So you make three, four, five, six. Do you have another land you can fetch, right?
We do.
Another Bayou, right?
Yeah, we have another buy, so that's three, six. We're short one.
Yeah.
Well, short actually like three mana.
Well,
What?
if you're gonna endurance, then you can always use the fetch land to grab the arbor back. Like if you endurance yourself.
Yeah, I could. And we
Uh,
have, let's see, a lot of good things in the yard still.
you can always like even like grist back again at one point if you draw another Green Sun Zenith next turn. Yeah,
Three.
maybe endurance is the.
I think endurance is the play. Otherwise, we're dead, right?
Yeah, you have to also have like a flyer to block the sharks.
We're close to drawing natural order, but I think that's fine. We
And
should have just played
you
this
put the
too.
reclaimer, right? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like no point. We die if they have prismatic ending, but I mean, what can we
Uh, oof. Let's see what they find.
do?
It's
Oh my
today's undoing.
god.
Well, we're not dead if they do that.
Ooh, I mean, we're
Your
in
board is
trouble.
really good.
Huh?
So your board is really good.
That's,
So I think you grab the arbor now. I mean, they only have 12 life
yeah,
too.
we can bash for a million right now, actually.
Yeah. Today's undoing. Yeah.
Do we just bash all here? I think
I
that's the
think
play.
so. Like, what do you? I mean, you can't really pass the time for with a grip full of cards.
Do we? Yeah, I guess there's nothing we can do about it. One, two, three, four, five. I'm just trying to see if it's correct to bash all or hold the Wirewood back so they don't gain life. Right?
Right. Well, one of the sharks is bigger than your creatures, right?
Yeah, so maybe I think we do
So
have to swing
you
all in.
got one, two. So you have five elves, right? So they'll block two of them, trade one. The other one, I don't know. I don't play Legacy to do math. I think the insects there, like it's kind of free, but yeah, the wirewood.
It's probably like this, right?
One, two, three, four, five. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I was wondering if there was something you could have done like but to sack three lands in the same attack, you can't do it. Never mind. I was wondering if there was something you can do to pump the reclaimer, but I don't think so, right?
No, I don't think so. I think we just run everything in and just like hope it's enough. They did not block very
Interesting.
well.
Yeah, interesting. They didn't want to block the wirewood.
Yeah, they would have gained more life. Well, actually, no. I think this is maybe right. Maybe they're just dead. I don't know. We'll see what's in their seven.
I mean, I think that's curious that they don't have like a lethal attack on the way back like this too. And they do only have 10 cards left in the deck, so
10's actually a lot though for this board state.
it is no, because I'm look they have a 6/6 shark race, so that shark can just win a game too.
Do they not have removal in the 7? How's that even possible?
You bog them. There was a lot of removes in that pile.
Let's see, one, two, three, four, five. I mean, presumably they would still have like three more, right? Because these decks play like eight of them or whatever. One, two, three.
They're not sure what's going on because so right now they'll be taking 10, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. That's 19 damage. So they have to have rest now.
Ooh, that's
Okay.
not.
Maybe they're looking up the rules.
No, it doesn't work the way they think. I think.
Or maybe they just need to draw a card. Hmm. Found out about layers today.
Ugh.
They're still dead though.
I don't think so. Now I think they're alive now.
Oh yeah, they're getting 3 life here.
Oh no, they're dead. Math is for
Oh no,
blockers.
those insects here. I actually forgot to count the insects.
Math is definitely for blockers. All right, that was closer than it needed to be. Uh, do we want Thoughtseize here? They don't really use a graveyard, right? From what we saw.
No, right? Because we thought they were gonna have what's the name of that card? Uh, Mystic Sanctuary, and they didn't.
Yeah,
Huh.
yeah. I think we just board out the endurances. We board in Seas, which feels better here. Yeah, I think they killed themselves with that dress down, which is kind of funny. Collector Oops here is bad. Yeah, no life link there, and we only won at 2 life, right?
But hold on a second.
Yeah,
Did you cut the Heritage Druids?
I have one left. Why?
Okay, because I remember we had this conversation like when I was playing more elves online, I guess.
Uh huh.
But endurance is not bad by itself. Like even if they're not messing with the graveyard, because it's a good way for you to kill planeswalkers. Like even a Narset is not like if they play Narset, but you end of turn cast endurance, it becomes a card that they have to counter now. I don't like so control. Sometimes they have a hard time like no playing against creatures that have flash.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Because like it's easy for them to just go like, "I Supreme Verdict, untap, play this thing."
Mm-hmm.
But if they do that sequence and you have mana open, it's
So you
it's
like that
different.
better than Seas?
I don't know if I like better than Seas, but I like better than something like no, something like Heritage Druid.
Here's only one of them right now at the moment.
Also, I think I used to cut glimpses because of how they play Narsets and they might have
We
whole
didn't see Hull Breacher, so
but they
I
probably have
don't
like
really
a
want to cut Glimpse against a Supreme Verdict deck.
okay. All right, well then that's fine. Then just yeah.
I think the call is usually, do you want Endurance or do you want Seas?
Okay, then I think Seas is better then.
Okay.
In that situation,
Yeah.
yes.
'Cause in general, I think it's overboard. You board in both. Obviously, there's exceptions like the graveyard combo decks or whatever, right? But I think this is a little bit different. So unban mental misstep. Like there was a sequence where they could supreme this and they just chose not to do it. Maybe maybe they haven't just I don't know like made the wrong play or like thought they didn't need it at the time, but they definitely had the chance to supreme vert us and they to rebuy supreme vert and they didn't do it.
Mm-mm. No, that one turn. If I think if they had it, they would have done that one turn.
I would have done too. Like you just
There's
untap
no
clean board,
way.
right?
There's no way. Well, actually, if it was me, my Ravens warning would have ticked down to 3, and then I'll put a Terminus on top of my deck. and
All
you
right,
would never see that coming.
I definitely wouldn't. All right, so here I just like running out of Shepherd. So we were talking about this earlier. You agree against the Delver decks, right? You just run out the Shepherd, make them answer, right? Same with Reclaimer. Like against Control, you run out your weaker creatures first, but I feel against Delver is the opposite.
Yeah, I mean, it really sucks. Like when your what's the name of that card? Reclaimer gets dazed on turn one.
Oh my
Holy shit,
god,
man!
what is going on?
Oh, Jack is here. He
Hey
has
Jack, how's it
returned.
going?
Do you play the Arbor here?
I don't think so. I think we run out the Shepherd here.
The Shepherd. Okay.
I don't think we can afford them to fairy bounce Arbor and then we lose the game.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
We 5-0 with it just now, actually, Jack. It's like pretty good, I think.
Yeah, but you also 5-0 playing elves and Yorion, so I don't know if it can.
Correct, that's true too. That's fair. I 5-0 with some nonsense before.
I 5-0 with a deck that had Ancient Spider in my deck. It was my answer to Delver at the time.
Ancient Spider? I don't even know what that does. What is
It's
this
a
card?
green, white, and two spider. It's like a 2/4 with first strike. It has reach. So it doesn't get bolted and blocks Delver.
I
That
think
was the
we
reason to play.
run out this, right?
Yeah. Oof. Hold on a second. They do have a white. The planes is confusing me. I was like, they don't have double white, but they could
I mean, if
possibly
they
have double.
Supreme, I feel like we lose regardless, right?
I don't think they have Supreme Verdict because the way they aggressively countered. Oh, I
That's
guess it makes
true.
sense, right? No, no, hold on, no. That one actually makes sense because that one protects elves. Oof. Yeah.
What the thing? Maybe I was thinking maybe they just have the days and doing whatever, right?
Right. It could be. Yeah.
Ugh.
They just attack at Narset, right?
We do, but I feel like they could have like a snapcast or some nonsense here. But YOLO.
It's Snapcaster's last game, so
Actually, yeah, we didn't see it last game. Hopefully, they just don't have it here.
I think worst case scenario is like,
Oh, that's probably the worst case scenario.
yeah. So okay, but they just. mm,
It's obnoxious.
So do you just play the Reclaimer, I guess?
Yeah, actually, it's kind of annoying.
I think you play the
I'm
Visionary,
debating
right?
playing the Visionary too, but maybe that's greedy.
I don't
Maybe.
think you do.
All right, we'll try it. You're the honorary guest, right? We did already.
I mean, the
This
only
is
reason to do
house party
that,
now.
the only reason to do that would be to be able to pump the team next turn, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
You would have dumped your hand. Mm,
Jack on Reclaimer Elves? Am I like dreaming here? What is going on?
shit, man. All right, hopefully you get to kill Narset this turn at least. For God's
I
sake, die, you Planeswalker.
I thought I would never see the day. Nice.
She
All
is
right,
finally
put that
gone.
off the board. Yeah. All right. I think here we just go Boseiju and hope to draw into Seas. All right, that's useless. I'll pass.
Yeah, I don't. Thank you.
What? Queer
Made
Ranger
a
with Cradle.
Korean Ranger, Jack. This is 2022.
I think Queer Ranger's fine. I disagree with Cradle though. I think that's really bad.
Korean Ranger is it's a pretty modern card now.
I think one Queen Ranger is fine. I do not like Cradle at all. Or Yavimaya, I should say.
Yes, if you say Cradle, it
No,
gets
this is built around
very
Cradle, yeah.
confusing. I know. Oh,
Okay. Do we just have lethal now? Let's see.
s-
3. Well, we're gonna run this out regardless.
right. And you still have the other. You have the other Arbor in the deck, right?
We do, yeah. That gives us 4. 5. No, we don't have lethal.
So you just have to.
We just have the
I don't
best.
think you're gonna not even attack, right?
Yeah, there's no point to attack.
I mean, you're not gonna Supreme Verdict now, so are they gonna play another mentor? Oh, Narset. Yeah, they didn't want to draw cards anyways.
So Jack, you know how I feel about 3 card combos. Like especially when Career Ranger and Kratos is a one of each.
You know, it would suck
That's
if they
strong.
actually played. If they played a Pyroclasm.
This is actually quite annoying now. The just thing.
Yeah. Don't you
Ugh.
like do your thing like no fetch for Arbor and then sack Reclaimer to like thin your deck out and stuff?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I think that's like free. I think we're gonna do it regardless.
You just get like a fetch land with that.
Yeah, and then just thin here. I am happy that Jack is playing Elvish Reclaimer. I never thought I'd see the day, to be honest.
Ah, fucking dressed now, man.
I think that's fine.
What's a good one here? Grist?
Yeah, Chris would be good.
I mean, I guess Shepherd would be okay too, right?
The
Reclaimer is good.
question here is, do we play the Reclaimer?
I think so. I don't
4,
think
5,
they're
6,
gonna
7, 8. Yeah, I think so.
because it's gonna be another 3-4, and I don't think they're in the business of like no Supreme Verdict, no.
So the reason why I don't like it, Jack, is because it's opportunity cost. I think it's the best card creature in the deck, Jack. Swords. Oh my god, just all the removal.
Hold on, they revealed the four swords,
Yeah,
but they cast Prismatic Ending.
yeah, which is.
Okay. Hmm.
I think we just allow it.
Oh, maybe they're trying to cast sword in the middle of the combat. Oh, okay. So that's yeah. So you just let it pass then, I guess. No, no,
Yeah,
don't block. Yeah.
yeah. I think more deck thinning. Maybe they swords here. I don't know.
Probably.
We're like so far behind on time though. I don't know how this happened.
No. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Let me just do it now. They have it. They
Oh
have it.
yeah, yeah. With a clock and you just return, right?
Yeah, I think that's wrong.
I never been against reclaiming. Just think it's a little clunky. Oh,
Uh, so the response I had, and Jack is asking what way.
they dead now? Oh man. Oh no. Okay, I thought it was a. I thought it was a dress. No.
It should be lethal.
Yeah,
Math
yeah.
is for blockers.
It's more than lethal. Hmm. I'm not good at math, but I
So
can. Yeah.
Reclaimer Jack gets the best card in the deck. So by default, is the best creature in the deck. Also, it gets Bog as a random 3/4. Like the deck is built around Reclaimer. Well, what do you think, Romario? So Romario has played this version a lot. Do you think Reclaimer is the best creature in the deck, or do you think it's like something else?
Oh no, for sure is the best card in the deck. The best creature.
Yeah, the best creature. It's not the best card, but it's the best creature. I'll bring it up actually. The deck list. Like, I think the best card in the deck is obviously Guy's Cradle. I think I think behind that, what do you have? Let's see if our instincts are the same.
I like Natural Order too, because he's usually the card that
It wins the
you
most
can
games.
draw. Well, so it's Natural Order and Green Sun Zenith, I think, really.
I think behind Cradle, the second best card in the deck is actually Green Sun Zenith because it's the glue that holds everything together.
Right.
It's also needed because we don't have Land War Elves anymore. Um, it's needed. It's relied on heavily for acceleration.
It just feels like if you answer wrong.
Nah, I mean,
I think
I
I
don't
think you'd be
mind at
playing
all.
Delver.
And people, actually, Levi knows this. Levi will challenge me a lot, and a lot of times, like Levi is right. Like I have to address certain fundamental holes in the deck, right? Like,
All the cards work together. That is true.
that is
No,
true, Jack.
no,
But
no, I don't think so. Actually, no. Collector Roof is not a card that works together.
I think that I agree with that, Jack. But what's it called? Like, don't you want consistent access to Cradle? Like, you don't want to be like it's nice to have the synergy, but you don't want to be reliant on it, right? And it's not like if they shut down Cradle, they shut down our deck.
I don't know. Are you asking Levi? This can be very stubborn about
That's funny, Jack, that you say I can be stubborn.
shots fired.
Jack once told me himself that he thinks he's can be very stubborn himself and need a lot to change his mind.
Yeah, he didn't believe that playing Dried Arbor in turn one and passing is a good play.
Was that
I'm
you,
just
Ramon? I forget that
yeah,
suggested that. I think it
yeah.
was
Also,
Jack.
I should remind you guys how that game turned out. I'm just saying.
That's true. We did win that.
So
All right, I will go ahead and quickly use the restroom, but I'll let you entertain the chat, Romario.
okay, I'll entertain you guys. I wish I had a Rubik's Cube too in my hands and I can solve it like Newton. I mean, very stubborn about playing Nettle Sentinel. Yeah, but that might be a positive stubbornness. It's funny how you mentioned like Lenore Elves too. That's a card that no. For anyone that played Elves, I guess pre 2018, that was kind of like the face of the Elves tribe, and now it's not even like good enough to be played. And it's really surprising that I think someone actually mentioned here the Xerox Blue White deck. Was it Ambient Mental Misstep? Uh, they weren't playing Snapcaster or oh, I'm sorry, no. Yeah, Mental Missteps. Blue White Red copy and paste. Yeah, they didn't have like Sanctuary or Snapcaster. Which maybe, maybe we should ask Newt when he comes back. Maybe one of the cards that we should have cut was the Bajuka Bog actually. You're probably right on Momentum Misstep. Like I think the cost of playing one Sanctuary in their deck is almost zero, and main cost is in no deck building cost. That no be easy. I mean, Snapcasters are a little different, right? Because Snapcaster, you do have to play a little different, but the the Sanctuary no. It looks like Newton's back.
I am actually. I'm gonna get water.
I was thinking, not that I mean, it didn't really matter, but since they weren't playing Snapcasters or Sanctuary, we could have probably just cut the ball for game two. Oh, he left again. Well, he took his headphones with him, so maybe he can hear me, but he's just not answering. Yeah, possibly.
Yeah, we didn't even see any Snapcasters, which is strange, but yeah, might have saved them.
I'm saying, what I was saying, telling Chad was like, maybe we should have just cut the bog like in game two. We weren't sure if I mean, I guess we were kind of sure because
I
they
thought we
didn't.
did cut the bog.
Did you?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we did.
Oh, maybe did it too quick and didn't see it. Also, the resolution on Discord is not 1080p or whatever, so
Oh,
it's possible that I missed it. No, you can't fix that. It's just how Discord is.
no, I think we did cut the bug because remember we cut the endurance too. Like we just didn't assume because they didn't have sanctuary, right? Like as far as we knew.
Endurance, 'cause that's when we had we talked about Thoughtseize over endurances, but
Mm. I do say though that Levi is right. Maybe I am stubborn about not playing Nettle Sentinel. Although I will play it when people ask me for practice against that version. I have no problems with that, but
the way I addressed that comment was that it's probably a good kind of stubbornness.
I don't know. I don't want to harp too much on Nettle Sentinel or whatever. The long story short is I think the cards win more.
It is.
I mean, I didn't say it. Romario said it.
It is like, I mean, again, it's cool like when it works and you turn one and draw your entire deck and stuff, but for each of those times, there's a bunch of times that you don't
Doesn't
get
do
to that
anything.
point. Yeah.
Also, the issue with it I find is it doesn't play through hate very well, right? Because all its friends die to engineer or end the festivities.
Right, right. He dies to sweepers, yeah, and then you're left with a 2/2.
Right, that doesn't really do anything by itself, right?
Correct.
Its biggest advantage, I would say, is it's fun. It's like gives you a small percentage points in the mirror, and it's probably easier to play.
Mm-hmm. Mm. My very first experience against elves in Legacy was, I
Uh
don't know, it
huh.
was like 2009 or 2010.
Uh huh.
It was for it was a GPT for GP Providence, I think.
Uh huh.
And I was playing Junk, which was
Mm-hmm.
like, oh, nowadays would call Dark Maverick or something, right?
Oh, with Death for a Shaman or no?
No, it was before that. It was basically like
Mm-hmm.
Knight of the Reliquary, Mox Diamonds, and like a bunch of removals. Like it played Vindicates and Stories of Plowshares and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that like I saw my hand. It was like I think I knew my opponent was playing elves, and I think I had like no some removal in my hand, right? And I can't remember what was it. It was like my turn one was either like no cast a mana dork or hold up Stories of Plowshares, right? And I remember that I think I played the mana dork,
Mm-hmm.
and my opponent like killed me like on turn two. Uh, because they were on the play, so they played like a Fiend Horn Elf or something. And then they untapped and they drew the entire deck and then they cast an Emrakul and I died. And I was like, wow, this is really cool. But then I saw how Nettle Sentinel doesn't do that all the time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nettle, I feel like it's unless you're going off, right? It doesn't really do anything. It used to be a decent attacker, but then that's like before the power creep happened, right? Like it could like attack through, guys of same trap or things like that before.
Right. Yeah, but now the creatures are all bigger.
Yeah, they're all 8/8 flyers.
DRC is a 3/3.
Yeah, 1 mana 3/3 or 2 mana 8/8.
Yeah. So it's not very good anymore.
I do miss comboing sometimes, but then like usually ancestral recall is good enough. I will say sometimes it is fun to draw up your whole deck, but it could be the difference between drawing three and maybe five, or maybe drawing difference between drawing five and drawing up your whole deck. But usually, if you're drawing a five, you probably won, right? Yeah, I actually played referencing the Queen Ranger debate or topic. I actually played four Queen Rangers for a long time before the printing of, and even alongside the printing of Alice Shepherd. The problem is with
Oh,
every
you played
fire
four
printing.
Queen Rangers?
What happened?
You said you played four Queen Rangers?
Yeah. When I won
Uh,
the showcase qualifier, that list had four.
but that's when you had Lurus, right?
I had Luras, yes, and I also it was before Shepherd was a thing, so you had extra slots.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
But even after that, though, after Luras, like even I want to say as late as 20, actually early 2021, I played four Queen Rangers. Yeah, and I wasn't even cutting them like Levi said. It wasn't until I saw these Japanese lists that were playing without it that I thought, oh, maybe we just live without it. And also, it's something Jax for what it's worth. brought up to me before, and I just kind of said I feel like it's too important, but turns out we could just live without it.
Hmm.
Because what ends up happening is Reclaimer and Once Upon a Time tends to cover for Korean Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
Like Korean Ranger is good because it helps you hit land drops, but then the way we address it, we just play a higher land count, and then Korean Ranger also protects your lands, but so does Reclaimer.
Oh man, looks like we're playing against a Helm deck.
Once Upon a Time though, what's going on?
Interesting.
Usually you don't see Once Upon a Time in a Helm deck though. What the heck? They just put a Heritage Druid in their hand. What is going on? Maybe it's Elf. Looks like it's Elves with main deck Leyline to play.
Okay, I don't understand what's going on.
It must be a misregistered deck. That's the only thing I can think of.
That could be the case.
Because it doesn't make any sense right now.
Maybe they just want to have to deal with Merc Tides and DRCs in game one.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, maybe they're pre-boarded for Delver or for Graveyard decks.
That seems to be the case.
They're missing land drops though. Also, for those who don't know, since we have Levi in the chat, I like Levi a lot. Uh, what I was gonna say? He, Levi probably understands the way I think the most out of anybody who's picked up this deck. I think, which is credit to him. Yeah, sounds like NO for that. Ugh. We do have a kill next turn, but I don't know what's going on the other side here. Four. Yeah, we have a kill the next turn, assuming there's no like discard or something. So Romario, when are you gonna pick up this deck again? It's been a while.
I mean, I have it slipped up in paper.
Oh, okay. I mean that makes sense. I know
I
you
just,
like top aided like that one
the
tournament.
line is like, I don't know. It's like, uh, I have a hard time like sticking to the same deck for too long.
No, for sure. You told me about that. Actually, my bad. I forgot to mention this earlier. So Romario's on chat with me right now, but he top aided yesterday's Legacy Challenge. For those who don't know, with the Thought Lash deck. So, hey, I want to
Finally,
give you your spotlight right now. Anything you want to talk about with regards to that deck, Romario?
I think the deck is good. I was getting upset that it was getting close and not getting to the top eight.
That's fair.
And the one yesterday it felt particularly satisfying because usually the ones on Saturday mornings, Saturday morning speaking in U.S. time, right?
Uh huh.
Because I was talking to Inigo and for him it's like in the afternoon, but
Right.
I remember it was that they usually have like barely 32 players, which is basically free to play.
I think
Uh,
that used to be the case. I don't think that's the case anymore, right?
yeah, no, it's like 40, 42 players, which is fine. Like, no, if you get a couple of wins, you should be able to at least get your money back, right?
Mm.
So, I mean, the only downside is no, for you it's even worse, right? Because it's like no, pretty much in the middle of the night for you. Uh,
Yeah.
for me, it's just like early. It's like no, 7 in the morning, right? So in the West, I mean the East Coast. So, uh, the one yet on Saturday they had like 72 players, I think. So I was like super tired because I didn't sleep very well, and then on top of that, it wasn't like a free roll. Like no, I had to play 7 rounds,
Mm-hmm.
and so yeah. But it felt pretty good to be able to top eight that one, and with a deck that I believed it was good, but I just couldn't, I don't know, get X2 like every event, and then
No, for sure. No, I feel you. It's nice to finally break through.
right, and it's a deck that's kind of odd still. Like it's not a tier one deck, so
I mean, it did win that event, right? In Italy, was it?
yeah, but it was like an invitational type event, right? So I don't doesn't take any. I don't want to take any credit away from Marco, but
Mm-hmm.
uh,
It
I don't
wasn't
know
the
how many
main
people
event.
were playing. Yeah, we don't know how many people were playing. Like, no, it could have been I don't know 30 players, and I don't know. What they're gonna? Did they do the math and they were like, if I block twice,
Well, they have to lose the whole board, right? Yeah.
they do, right?
Notably.
I think I
Notably
think
in
it,
Italy.
I think MTG is so strong as a might be making a point of like how Newton likes to talk. Where's the lender deck? Mike, we think that's because they misregistered. There's there's no way that's correct.
Yeah,
Oh
there's
man, I
no
gotta
way this is correct. Or they're just messing around. That's it's one or the other, right?
crop rot for pump.
I'm not sure what Jack means by that.
Yeah. I
Maybe they
guess
just
this
cut the NO package for Leyline. Yeah, I mean, just because they're struggling so much with Delver.
you should probably ask them before. I mean, you can probably ask now because we're not playing at the graveyard deck.
Ask who?
I don't think they'll feel offended if you ask them.
What would I ask?
I just ask like no, just out of curiosity, is the lane line main deck for the Delver matchup or did you misregister? I don't know. I'll try to West in a way that I don't know. Sometimes people
They
get
probably just
offended.
lost to Oops. Yeah, I can imagine it's just like trying to punish these Oops players.
Just fuck it. I'm just gonna play ley lines in the deck. Hmm.
What is going on here?
I mean, they're trying to combo, right?
Yeah, it looks like it. They threw already, like Soul Strong mentioned earlier. Like if they had just not like tapped their Cradle for no reason.
Oh, it's not a solid shade. Like, no, I think if we were playing Reanimator, for instance, and then you ask that question, then it sounds like you're salty because, like, oh fuck, I'm playing against someone who's playing main deck hate against me. But clearly, Leyline doesn't really do anything against our
Uh-oh,
deck.
I think we lost.
We did?
Yeah. Look at the board.
Well,
They
they
have
only
enough
have
blockers.
you have a
Maybe.
natural ward in hand, right?
Oh, maybe they screw. Oh, they do have
Oh,
Endless
they're playing
Sentinel.
Shadow Sentinels. Okay, then now we probably lost then. Oh yeah.
I'm pretty sure we're dead. Like, they just like ran runner on us here. Like they only have one card in hand.
Wow, Newton, you lose into Artisan now, and they mulligan to five. I mean six.
Did they?
Well, I mean they freaking have a ley line at the board in the board.
Oh, sure, yeah, for sure. I think we're dead though. I don't think we can beat this board.
Newton's trying to say right now that all the shit that he talked about Nato Sentinel, he wants to take it back.
To be
I knew
fair,
Jack was gonna say something. I knew it.
I never talk bad about Nelson. I just don't want to register. I just think it's win more card.
Someone clip whatever Newton said earlier.
Yeah, I think we're dead as long as they don't screw up here and just like tap out for no reason. I don't know what's going on though. Like,
I don't think you.
I kind of want to just Google this player now. Like, what's in their MTG Goldfish?
Oh man, they're just gonna hard cast a hoof too, or a Greenstone Zenith, I guess.
All right, I just Googled them and there's no results, so we don't know like what they normally play.
Wow.
That's kind of insane. They hit runner right now against us.
They snatch victory out of the jaws of defeat.
Correct. Well, they threw victory away first, and then they snatched it back.
Ah, they're like, just kidding. I still want to win.
I know, right? All right, so they got us here.
Good job.
Maybe I don't know. This is a crazy list though. All right, what are we gonna do here? I think we're gonna agent. I think we like C's. I think the crop rotation.
Do you like any of the moss now, right?
No, I don't think so.
Not
Especially
for
not on
that.
the play. I don't think we need to slow ourselves down.
Okay.
I think here. Sure, if we see Frill missing, it's definitely Ethan. Now they're going to play
What?
opposition agent. I mean, I'm pretty sure like I was like the first person to play agent in L's, and now like I think it's gonna be especially more widespread because a Fiend Artisan now too. Like you can just find it, so it definitely makes it more worthwhile. Agent has been good. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, it's good for the it kills any green deck. Speaking of the devil,
The Drain Elf. Oh, the one that the black and green one.
yeah, I do not think that card is playable.
Nah, the
Especially with Grist now thing.
man, that's a card that I don't own in paper. I should buy one. Opposition Agent.
So Jack, are you playing Agent? And if so, how many copies?
There's a lot of decks. Yeah, I guess it's true.
I guess I'll
You
check.
fetch first and then once.
Yeah, I want to thin first because I want to see Cradle on it.
Okay. Oh, there's
Speaking
a
of the
cradle there.
devil, actually, ooh, do I take the Reclaimer or do I take the?
Yeah, cradle.
I think you get the Sands. I think the Cradle is just too damn good.
Yeah. Could ephemerate the Drain Elf. That's true. Apparently, ephemerate's a very good legacy card. Also,
Yeah, that. Go ahead.
I think one of the biggest challenges for if a challenge for anybody that wants to play the list that won the thing today, it's actually to own 4 Spell Seekers.
Oh, are they hard to find?
They're like $25 each, and
Twenty-five
it's
dollars each.
yeah, and it's a card that like no, I guess if you play your EDH deck, I guess. But
All right, so they just tapped out for. Yeah, I will say one thing is without all the I guess the thing, all the creatures that facilitate the combo like Nettle or even Query Ranger anymore, you do have way more sideboard slots because you're playing a lot of your Silver Bullets main deck instead of sideboard. I think do that.
did you play the fetch or cradle? Oh,
Yeah, that one I'm debating because they could just like Boseiju us. Like I don't know if we want to do that or not. Actually, we probably just do just play the Cradle. It's never wrong.
okay.
I'm just gonna run this in. I don't think they're gonna block.
No,
There's no way.
you went to opponent cast natural order. I mean, not this turn. Next turn.
I mean, if it becomes stock, like especially with agent, I mean, with artisan, then people will learn to play around it. But for now, it's gonna get blowouts.
Yeah.
I know ephemeral with streak mall. Can you imagine if artisan was the thing ability was not sorcery? We could just like evoke streak mall and then sack it.
No, if it was like instant speed, it
It would be
would be too
broken.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it would be way too good. I think. I mean, I feel like they have a natural order hand, like based on the way they're playing.
That's what it looks like.
I mean,
Oh.
we have our own natural order here. That's kind of nice. We don't have to actually reveal the agent,
It revealed the secret.
the secret tech. Yeah.
Does this win this time?
This time it wins. Yeah.
Okay.
This is what I mean. Like I don't think we want mauls, especially on the play. Like
Right, right.
I think the game plan post board is just like you try to stick an artisan and then like you agent them out of the game.
Ephemerate plus the Shirkmont. There you go, Levi. Eli's got the good
That
ideas.
that is value though for sure, Levi. Here we're on the draw, so it's a little bit harder. Fortunately, the mirror is like
Oh,
often.
Jack. Oh, Jack. I was talking paper. Yeah, paper. I don't have any paper.
I think we just run it back, right?
Yeah,
If they have it, they have it. Like this, ooh.
this is not bad, is it?
It's not bad. It needs a payoff. I think we have to mull.
Really?
Yeah. There's no payoff, right? There's no glimpse. There's no natural order. There's no agent. There's no green sun.
You you have a crop rotation for Cradle.
Yeah, but then no payoff, right? I think we have the most.
Okay. Man, I would have kept this one.
Yeah, see, this is way better.
Yeah, I can see that. So do you thought seize turn one or you play a creature or a ramp?
It depends what they do. If they play Wirewood, I'm definitely ramping. But if they play anything that resembles like it can kill us turn two, then especially with the Nettle Sentinel, we probably seize on one.
No. Oh,
So interesting that they fetch basic force. For sure, Jack. I agree.
wow. Okay, both of you guys were.
Yeah, we're part of the alliance now, Jack and I.
Jack came out of retirement.
What Jack mentioned earlier, he 5 0 like earlier today apparently.
Came back in retirement in style.
All right, let's see what they have. It's probably a natural order glimpse here, and maybe. Oh, that's easy.
Yeah,
Just take the visionary.
yeah. They do have a Boseiju. I don't know if you saw it.
Yeah, that's actually relevant.
Yeah, no, no, you don't want to expose your cradle.
Mm-hmm.
But it just plays. Oh,
Symbio probably. Maybe not
I
even.
think they're just gonna pass probably, right? Because they don't. They're listed a little different, right? But I guess symbiote doesn't matter because if they draw an elf, they can still glimpse and do things. Oh, they drew a natural order. I mean, green sun zenith.
Yeah, it looks like a green sun. Well, what can
Is
you
there
do?
another visionary? So, Nund, are you one of those people? Do you have your deck foiled out, or are you
It's only
trying
like
to get it
partially
foiled?
poured out. I like giving up.
Oh, you get. Do you have Kratos foil?
I wish. No, my Kratos are regular.
Oh, okay. I think if you had the Kratos foil, then I think everything else would just be fine, right? But
Yeah, for sure. Ooh.
so do you kill their Cradle? Hold it all to this hit.
I wish. I'm debating. We could like I don't know. This is hard. I could ramp here and then like play the
Symbiotes?
yeah, but then the thing is that it's not even a kill, right?
No, there's only be two creatures in play, right?
This part is actually hard. Let me see. If I ramp symbiote, they could like Boseiju my cradle, then like we're really screwed.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think you play Cradle until you have the combo, right? Or not a combo, but
So Jack, the thing is like even if I take the risk and take this turn off, I don't even have the kill next turn is the problem, right? Like I just have like Green Sun for Arbor and then Wirewood pass. That's not lethal.
you start to fall behind. That is also a point. I think yeah, you probably have to have creatures on the board. Otherwise, how are you gonna win?
That's a fair point. Shoot. All right, I guess all right, we'll go with the I've been outvoted.
Yeah, I think Boseiju would make more sense if you had. I don't think you play the Boseiju though, do you?
Do we play the Cradle and expose it?
No, no. I was thinking the fetch. I mean, I was thinking the fetch one, but I guess you want to fetch for Arbor, right?
Yeah, I want to save this for the Arbor, but then they can.
Okay, then I guess yeah, then I guess you play Boseiju then. Then Greenstone's in for Arbor. Oh. Hmm. Lots of different opinions there. You play Cradle. Hmm. Oh. Now they have something that can actually kill you.
Is this the same force? No, right? I don't remember. I feel
Mm,
like we're dead. They like
uh,
top deck what they needed, unfortunately.
no, they drew the Shepherd, right? So that's not.
No. I mean the Green Sun. After we seized them.
Oh, yes, they did. Yeah.
Yeah. That like was very painful. I felt like we were a good spot. Like otherwise.
I think the issue now is that you're not going to be able to Boseiju their Cradle. and that could be a problem.
What the heck is
Wow,
going on here?
Regal Force.
This is like really a flashback now to the old days.
Dang. They don't want to
I'm
attack
pretty
me
sure we're
there.
dead though. We're like way too far behind.
Mm. Yeah, I don't. Oof, man. Yeah, that's a play you have to make, right?
Yeah.
So what did you do last time? You used 1 mana to Green Sun's in it for Arbor, right?
Mhm.
And the other one you used to cast Wirewood.
Mhm. Pretty sure we're
Okay.
gonna get hit with a natural order right here.
They play the Force, by the way, if you want to click on that thing. So we know they have a Bossage in hand. Hmm.
It might not have been Jack. It it might not have been. I would agree with that because maybe you have to take the risk that they tap out. I think that's what Jack is getting at.
Right.
Nothing we can do though. We're on the draw. Like, what can we do?
I don't know. I thought the first hand that you had, I thought it was okay, but
No, no.
you
I think our hand was really good. It's just that they top deck exactly what they needed. The green sun.
okay. Bossage was not the right play. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Oof. Natural order. Now would be a very good time for us to have a
Opposition agent. Yeah, as long
yeah.
as we have the opposition agent for this game. All right, we're dead. Can't win them all. Can't win them all.
Lost to the Nettle player
We
that
did lose
also
to the
had
Nettle
Ley Line.
player.
They had Ley Line in the main deck. Regal Force. Man, I forgot this card existed.
Yeah, I see it from time to time. These Japanese lists that I forget who links it. I think it's Inigo actually.
I mean, it costs 7 mana because the card. Holy crap! Yeah, that card's not good.
Yeah. Us now, like beside the hoof, right? Like the only other heart, the high next highest to cast is three.
There's a Griffs and the Endurance, right?
Gris and the endurance. Yeah. So I think Jack is right. You take the risk that they don't kill your cradle, but I think we
Mm-hmm.
lose regardless because it's not even lethal through the. Well, again, it's not even lethal through the Regal Forcer. Ironically enough.
Right. They had too much toughness on the board.
Do you think there is actual real play to the L's mirror, Newton, or pretty random? I think the most intricate part of the mirror is probably knowing what the Thoughtseize.
Night Clover. I think I only know about that card because of was it Jeff? Jeff Lynn?
Oh, was it him that played it?
Yeah, I saw him playing as Vile. You double Arbor. Okay. Let's
I
see.
would
Let's
have to
think of this.
look. Go ahead.
No, I'm trying to remember. So if you double, or so you play the Green Sun Zenith and play the Fetch to get double Arbor, right? Untap. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, Jack. If that
I would have
was.
to look at the board state again. It's possible that's the thing is it's still not lethal. I think we lose regardless.
Yeah, you still have to
But
pass a turn. I guess another time. Ripple cheap. It could be. I remember Jeff playing one of those 80 cards version of Esper Vial. But who knows?
maybe it's the mirror again, because it's wooded foothills.
He looks like it, right?
Yep, it looks like it
It
is. Well, the
is.
pseudo mirror. Ah, I miss Queer Reaper.
Well, they only have one card left in hand, so it looks pretty good for you this time.
I'm pretty sure that last card might be natural order. We have to hope that last card is not natural order, and then we kill them on our
Oh,
turn.
you don't play anything here?
Let me think about that. No, I don't think so. I think, huh?
uh, Mental Mishap asked the best question.
There is a chance we play the Artisan here, just to be mana efficient. But then we expose the Cradle. No, I think that's better. Yeah, I like that actually.
Given, yeah, there's a unbanned mental misstep. There's a membership you can buy currently on Magic Online.
Our opponent is almost certainly reading a card right now.
I don't think you can hit your own stuff with Boseiju, right?
Yeah, you can't target your own things with Beseiju, Mike.
You can? You can't, right?
Cannot. Just like Assassin Trophy, you can't target your own thing to ramp.
Right. Or the other one, the Otawara.
So Jack, what made you decide to run Reclaimer today?
It's a superior elves deck.
There was something I was gonna mention. Now I forgot. Oh, Levi was mentioning. Yeah, there is no running cards for the mirror allowed. That would be toxic. But in this case, if you're running Feed Artisan, you might as well run the agent.
So you can just look for it.
Our opponent's still reading the card, I think. So notably here, I mean, regardless, we're gonna expose ourselves to Baseju, because the other line would have been whole Reclaimer, pitch force to for Arbor.
Say what again?
The other line, if we didn't play Artisan, let's just say we're trying to like we didn't have a, we don't need to worry about Wasteland, for instance, right? Would have been to pitch the instead pitch the forest for the Arbor for the extra ramp. It's like a rampant growth.
Oh, right. Okay, he went to revisit. Okay.
Maybe Jack is
It's
what's it called?
converting.
Huh?
Maybe he's converting.
Maybe, maybe yeah. I didn't think I would see the day.
Boseiju. That is a very interesting card that they decided to print.
Honestly, I wanted a disenchant on or naturalize actually on a land to reclaim it for. I never what did I envision is not even close to how good Baseju is. I was just hoping for lands that I can just like rotate for and then like like the barbarian ring or cabal pit type lands, something along those lines.
Right.
And the Baseju is like way better than I ever could have dreamed.
Yeah, it's surprising to me that they made this card, like especially it cost me only two. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, it's like it's incredible the card.
I
Sometimes you
played
just go ahead.
no, I played a modern RCQ like no, I think it was like a month ago now.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly for fun because I no, it was like one of the larger events we had here in Richmond,
Mm-hmm.
and it was at a coffee shop that was like really cool. Like, and so I went there to play, and I was playing Tron because it was the only deck I had sleeved up for modern,
Mm-hmm.
and so like I won my round one, round two I played against someone that they had Bosage and they had Ren in six. I was like, how am I supposed to win against this? I was like,
Yeah, as a Tron player, you don't want to see that kind of LD going on.
no, especially the one you can just like recur like every turn. So I was like,
Mm-hmm.
but
Do you like
Uh,
two copies or three? Have you played the Elf with Besager yet, Romario, or not yet?
I did. Uh-huh.
Oh, you did. Okay. Do you like
Yeah.
two copies or three? Because that's like kind of one of the debates I'm willing to be.
I think two, no, two is fine. I think it's the kind of card you want to draw once a game. And I think
Yeah, Inigo is really so, and decent actually are really sold on three. I played three for a while, but then I just feel like I don't want to like the way the deck is built is I don't want to give my opponent free wins. Is why the mana base is as stable as it is. You know what I mean?
yeah, no, it's definitely a good card when you draw the first one, but it
The
gets a
second
lot
one is
worse.
pretty bad. Yeah.
Yeah, like at least Cradle, like you can like kind of like ramp, right? Like you play one, make mana, play the other one, make mana. But
Right. Our opponent has been reading this card for a while.
maybe they just went somewhere else.
It's possible. This has been on the stack for a few minutes now.
They're gonna come in chat, say hi to you.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know what
Oh,
they're
I noticed
doing.
that you hold on a second. No, this is still a mods chat. I just realized that.
Oh yeah. Pretty much everybody is mod.
I told you. I know you. I don't know if you watch it. I know Jack probably did. The guy, Jordan Isaka.
Wait, what?
Jordan, the guy. He used to do streaming for Card Kingdom.
Oh, okay. I don't know him well. I know the name. Yeah. What about him?
I mean, I don't know him well neither, but but Jordan used to do that. Like, when he'll stream,
Mm.
he would have like I don't know 40 people on his channel, and then he was just like, I know I'm just gonna mod it, and he just like start modding everyone.
And what does he do?
He would just like mod everyone in the chat, like
That
no
was
matter
the
who
only
it
way I
was.
could get viewers before. I just give everybody mod access, right?
Yeah, but then like people like would start like no banning each other and stuff.
Can I get on
Uh,
the call quickly to explain my reasoning for querying and Yawamai? Sure, Jack. Yeah. Let me. Are you on Discord at the moment? I don't know. Okay, what's the easiest way to do this? To add
that
Jack.
Discord I think I could try to help, but mm, I think you have to do it.
Let me see. Is there a way to add Jack to our Discord real quick?
There'll be a button for you to edit someone. Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking for it here. I can't multitask, unfortunately, while that other game is going on. Oh, here, add friends.
Oh, and now I found it too. Now that I minimize my screen, I can try to see if I can add.
So I think Jack is not even listed here for some reason. One second.
Oh, I do. I have him here.
Okay, can you add Jack?
Possibly. Let me see here.
All right, we
Uh,
got the kill here, thankfully.
mm, oh man, last time we streamed was a year ago. Oh, okay. I don't know if it's gonna mess up something, but so Twitch was like, I mean not Twitch. Discord is saying you already have a group with this person. Do you want to create another one? So I have to create one,
Okay. So what does that mean?
or I can click an existing one. I don't know if that works. Hold on a second. I got it.
So we faded the natural order for a turn. So Jack, for what it's worth, while Romario tries to get you on here. Oh, here we go. I think
Okay, now
Jack,
he answered.
Hey
Jack, are you
guys.
there? Hello?
Oh,
Hey,
okay. I knew.
yeah.
Now you can share the screen with us.
Okay, I will share now.
I don't know how advantageous it is for me to just whatever. Okay, there we go.
Oh, because if you're watching the stream, then it's
Can you see the screen, by the way? Okay.
yeah. Now I can.
Okay.
Cool.
All right. Let's try to do this. Oh, we want C's here.
Jack. Oh, did we lose Jack?
I thought I heard him for a second.
I heard him too.
Jack, you there?
Huh.
He shows like he's here. Oh, it says he's muted.
Did you mute him?
I did not.
Oh, maybe he's doing something. He muted himself so he doesn't make too much noise.
Possible, possible.
Oh, we disconnect. I mean, not disconnect, but we made a new call. Like, well, did you won that one, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They didn't have the natural order. It's like
Not
just
natural in their hand.
yeah. As long as their top deck and their card was natural, we were gonna win that game.
I think the safe play here is you guys can see my screen still, right?
Yeah, I can see it.
I feel like we just like seize them, just make sure they don't have anything.
Oh, for sure.
You never know with these Neto players. All right. I think we just take the natural order. It's like the only thing that we're scared of here. Apparently, Jack mentioned in the Twitch chat he cannot hear us for some reason.
I messaged him on Facebook. I was trying to figure that out.
Okay.
It's okay. Just worry about the match. I'll try to help him here.
Okay.
Hmm.
That's strange that we can hear each other. But... Oh, yeah. That's strange that we can hear each other, but not Jack. Or he can't hear us. Speaking of Yavamaya, the other side has one. I think I'm just gonna expose the cradle here. It is what it is.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you hear
Oh.
us?
Loud
Yes.
and clear.
What's up, guys?
Jack. What up, Jack? For those who don't know who Jack Kendall is, you know,
I think we've just all been playing elves as long. Both of us have been playing elves as long as each other, right?
I think so. Yeah, a long time
Yeah.
when we both started, but you can give you
Yeah.
an introduction about yourself.
Sure. I've been playing elves since like I guess 2015. I get I don't know. I like the classic build. I guess I'm not like super opposed to both builds. I just think there's advantages to both. Yeah, I've top aided some big events. Played in like the showcase qualifier in 2019, and kind of had taken a step back from Magic at the time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's just elves, right?
Yeah, no, for sure. Like I remember Jack qualified for 2019 and then showcase qualifier and then consulted at the time Adam and myself, Adam Wallace for those who don't
Yeah.
know. And
Yeah,
then,
I definitely asked you guys for a lot of help.
And then the reverse happened in 2020 when I qualified, and then Jack definitely was a core member of that team for sure. Could not have done it without Jack.
Thanks, man.
But yeah, go ahead. The floor is yours if you want to explain the Queen Ranger.
So I just think there's a lot of upside to be gained by playing. I mean, again, it's like if you're saying that Queen Ranger is like not advantageous to helping Reclaimer, I just think there's like a lot of great combo, like essentially like there's a lot of combo qualities with, and it works well with Queen Ranger in that it allows you to get Yavimaya and play those turns where you have Quirion Ranger out and lets you replay cards like Cradle or Bazooka Bog, because I found a lot of the things that I had problems with Reclaimer was I just always needed more access to mana. Like I think Crop Rot is not an unreasonable card to consider playing main. I mean, I know you guys play it side sometimes, but just like the only downside that I think where Nettle is more powerful in air quotes there, but has an advantage over Reclaimer is that it allows you to generate a lot more mana and go off that turn. I don't think any of us disagree with that, but just like with Reclaimer, because you don't have like that glimpse turn, you're not able to usually kill them because you'll run out of mana. A lot of the times there's no way to like regenerate mana with the Nettle on Sentinel on tap. Having access to something like, being able to Quirion Ranger and replay a Cradle, or more importantly, just like crop rotation, just allows you to get over that hump of needing that additional mana to kill that turn. That's That's
For
what I
sure.
noticed.
For sure. I think
You've played crop rotation in the past, so that's
right in
like
the
I know.
main too, also in the
Yeah,
sideboard.
yeah,
I guess the only thing I would ask is because I've tested it like you know not I tested like very briefly like in some other builds or whatever, but I've
sure.
found personally, and then other colleague, I don't know if he's on or not, Josh Temple, Blade of Ice.
Okay.
He tested the what you're suggesting, the one Ranger, the one
Yeah,
Yavamaya,
Maya. Yeah,
and the Cradle, right? And you can get Yavamaya obviously with the um, Reclaimer.
with Reclaimer. Yeah, which I think
But
makes it so
his
powerful.
thing was when he told me he tested it, it was pretty inconsistent. Do you find it's consistent or no?
It's not about it being consistent. You're not like that's not your main goal is to have that combo and have those 3 cards in play.
Mm-hmm.
It's just having that other option, which I think is what Reclaimer does so well, is that it's a toolbox version more of elves.
Mm-hmm.
And it gives you that option to being able to like grab, hey, like this would be a great turn where I need Yavamaya
Mm-hmm.
and I happen to have a Quirion Ranger in play, or I have the Yavamaya in play and the Cradle. Quirion Ranger would be a great play here because it allows me to generate additional mana. That's like the only thing where I saw it was like, oh, there's a lot of benefit in being able to play both Reclaimer and Ranger.
Mm-hmm.
And again, I prefer just because I think Ranger is so powerful because it allows you to double thin on some terms. So,
If you
but
get
yeah,
to the late game, yeah, for sure.
yeah, and that's just like where I was like, oh, okay, like it just seems like you get a lot of benefit in being able to play like maybe a 1 of or a 2. I think 2 is the preferred amount I'd play. But you start running out of those slots that are what makes Reclaimer great is those like flex slots, right, with Collector Oof and Endurance because you have to cut something. So
No, no,
it's a give and take.
everything there you said is actually stuff that I've contemplated because
Yeah,
the reason why we did cut Reclaimer is for the exact reason. Sorry, not Reclaimer.
right.
Queen Ranger is for the exact reason you just mentioned, which is because
Which
there's
is
no room.
hasn't what? Sorry.
Because there's no sideboard space, right?
Right. Yeah. No, that's understandable.
So,
Um,
so that is the logic at least behind. Obviously, there was a time where I played 4, and then I went to 1, and I played
yeah.
1 for a while, and then we finally cut it because I had this
Right.
conversation with Jurg, and he was just like,
Yeah.
he felt like, and I kind of agree with this, and you can chime in if you disagree or just have anything to
Sure.
add, but
Yeah.
he felt like the sideboard slots were probably outweighing by that point how much
Okay.
Ranger brought to the table.
Yeah. I mean, if you need the additional sideboard slots, I guess that's the understanding.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just a give and take. I still think Quirion Ranger plus Reclaimer is really strong, and I don't know, it gives you that more of the elves and allows you to keep those hands where you only have one land
Mm-hmm.
because Quirion Ranger can replay that land and it allows you to like get out of that situation.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Reclaimer, you're very like locked into. I need to have that additional mana dork, such as not mana dork, but like additional mana producing creature with like Birchlore Rangers or Heritage Druid, and like 1 mana lands become a lot sketchier to keep.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not like they're great hands to keep, but
Uh-huh.
just it gives you that option where you're able to like be a little bit more aggressive in what you keep and like how you can play out the game. That's just like the only thing I saw.
So I guess what I want to ask you, because you said you 5-0 earlier today with a list with
Yeah.
two Rangers or 1?
I just played 1. I just
Okay.
thought I was like, because again, you run into that, like I think you guys said, is like you run into that issue where you have only so many cards you can cut.
Mm-hmm.
And like I know I've played around with the idea of like cutting Once Upon a Time. So like you could go down to 2, which I know is not something you think it's a great card. I think it's a great card too.
I'm
But
glad
like
you came around on that, by the way.
I just like it's a tough balancing act of like what you cut and like what you don't cut. So yeah.
So I guess the thing that like I will say, what is it called? What am I gonna say? I guess the first thing that comes to my mind is what was your land count when you ran the build earlier today? Because
it was 20.
Huh?
It was 20
With or without the bog? So
with the bog. Yeah.
okay, so 1 less then, right? And how many does Sage you?
I played 2.
Okay, so essentially you just cut 1 fetch then.
Oh, I did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You played 21 lands. Okay.
Yeah, I played 20. Well, I played 20 for a long time,
and I
Okay.
felt like that was okay at the time. But then I think because we're playing Baseju now, I feel like we can get away with what is it called?
Yeah,
We can play
that's
an
what I
extra
also think
lands
with.
because it's kind of a spell, right?
Yeah, that's what I think is you're able to do with like Korean Rangers. You can kind of get away. I don't know. I just like the idea that you can get away with playing one less land because Ranger kind of gives you that access to, oh, I can double tap, untap Dried Arbor and create 4 mana that turn. Or if I have a one land in play, I can use it twice to kind of build, like dig myself out of that spot. So
No, it definitely has its merits. That's definitely true.
yeah,
I guess what it comes down to then is, uh,
preference,
no. If
like everything.
well, I definitely think Ranger has its uses. Like, don't get me wrong with that.
Yeah.
It's just like, I guess there is some conflict between Ranger and Baseju, and there's also some
Mm.
conflict between Ranger and specifically, or
Well,
not
it's
Ranger.
yeah.
Sorry, losing a fetch land for the Reclaimer, by the way, to make it a 3/4 consistently.
Oh,
Or hit.
okay. Yeah.
So that
That's
is
why.
part of the reason why, by the way, I cut or Jurgen and I decided to cut the final. Um,
Okay. I just that's why I think Ranger's good is also like it like by not having that additional lets you can thin at instance like you can double tap and thin, which puts more lands in the graveyard with Reclaimer.
mm-hmm.
That's it. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm trying to imagine here what your list. Did you have the oof in the sideboard?
Yeah. I moved Oof to the sideboard. I just don't think it's super relevant at the
Did,
moment in the
did you have a
main.
second natural order target?
I did. I put Progenitist in the main.
Okay, and then I'm assuming
Yeah.
Endurance in the sideboard then.
No, it was in the main because in leagues you're bound to face Reanimator, and so I was just like, might as well.
Obviously,
Like,
you have an extra slot too because I guess are you playing for Shepherd?
yeah, for Shepherd,
Okay,
two
and
Birch
one
Lore,
less
two
land, so that makes sense.
two Birch Lore, two Birch Lore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, see, I think, man, it pains
Yeah,
me, but like we ran pretty fine earlier today. It was for Mario. Mario, are you still around?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, yeah, we
oh,
ran
Yeah, I
pretty
didn't
fine.
wow.
I
want
don't
to
know
talk
how
over
much
you
you
guys
caught
because
earlier.
there'll be
Really
too much
patient.
noise.
I don't know how much you caught earlier, Jack, but we ran the first league with only one Birch Lore, and I love the card, but maybe its power level is notably, and I think you'll agree, like compared to the rest of the deck, a little bit lower, right?
Oh yeah, it's the lowest power level. That's why you always played one in the old
In the
deck list.
super old, right? In the
Yeah,
old combo centric Deathrite Shaman builds, right? You only played one
yeah,
Birch Lore, but
yeah. But I mean, Deathrite was a house in its own, and you don't really need Birch Lore in that case with
right.
Advanador.
So I wonder, like, because of what we saw with Romario and I earlier in the stream, yeah, I feel like this
You
might be
want to
just the
cut it?
future, right? Huh?
Okay, interesting. You want to cut it? Is what you're thinking?
You mean no? I still like the first copy, but I think the second
Okay.
copy ran okay, like without it. Because
Mhm.
what I really wanted to try was to put the oof back into the main. In the showcase qualifier
Okay.
today, I played the oof in the sideboard with two Birch Lore, but
Right.
again, I'm running into this issue where I just don't feel like I have enough sideboard slots.
Yeah. I
And
mean, so what do you think of Fiend? Are you like on it? Are you like this card's great, or has it kind of been clunky?
I'll put it this way: I already bought my copy in paper.
Okay.
That's how convinced I am of this card. And I don't know if you know who Ethan Cummins is.
Yeah.
He was the one I tested with, and he played from
Yeah.
the
There's a friend of
graveyard
mine.
side. Huh?
There's a friend of mine in the area. This guy Vic. He's been playing L's
Uh huh.
for quite a long while. He loves to like run. So he like ran. He runs like Wildborn Preserver. He like runs like all those like crazy one-ofs, and he was playing Fiend, and he was telling me like how great it was for a long time. So I mean it's an interesting card. I was just like in a Nettle build. It's not like what you want to be doing. You're just
Probably
it's too
not.
yeah.
Because Neto, the build, like, I mean, you want to commit to the
And that's
board.
there's another card that combos really well with Quirion, right?
I feel like if you resolve this, you're not gonna lose, right? Like, because you're gonna get a grace
Yeah.
or something crazy already.
Yeah.
But I tested it with Ethan this week, and every time, so he played from the Delver side, and shout out to Ethan, right, for the
Yeah.
testing. But every time not Artisan hit the board,
Yeah.
he said he felt like he lost. Like he just couldn't answer it. You know what I mean?
Just because it was so big, and then you could go
Well,
get
what
bigger.
deck was he playing?
He was
He's
playing
playing
blue red.
Delver.
Oh, Delver.
Yeah, so it was
Yeah.
too big
Oh.
already, and so you can't kill it. And if I untap, I get an endurance, and that's probably just like enough to lock or slow down
Yeah.
the Delver player. And because what it's a cascading effect. I found out for me at least the matchup
Mm-hmm.
because the more you shift one way, the more they have. It's like weird. Like you get a little bit better, which means they get a lot worse. So
Mm-hmm.
if you stick an endurance, that means you're not that far away from sticking a shriek maul, and that's probably just game ending right there, right?
Yeah.
Almighty Shank. Pretty reasonable.
I still got my doubts. I
Oh,
think.
they're playing 8
Well, how do you know?
No.
I asked them the other day. Also, your bot said the same thing too.
Oh, okay. What were you saying, Jack? Sorry, you have your doubts.
I still have my doubts about Fiend, but I mean, like, hats off. Like, that's what's great is that you test these cards, and then I don't have like I can see how it goes. So
I mean, I think it's one of those cards you kind of have to play to see, like, or at least see in action. Maybe that's probably the best word.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we haven't run into Delver yet, so it's hard to like judge. They're on. If they're on 8 cast, I feel like we want this Heritage Druid, but I mean, we don't know for sure. I would take probably the Heritage regardless. What was I gonna say? Yeah, I think it's one of those cards where if you see it for the first time against blue red or play with it, it's kind of obvious immediately that the card's like good.
yeah, it just feels really situational to me. Like you have to have it big because you can't put it in play when it's 3 or less, or even 6 or less, I guess, with Unholy Heat.
Mm-hmm.
And it just like you have to untap with it. And the problem is a lot of the time, like Julian was talking about, I guess I'm not just going off what Julian said, is like talking about his challenge today is you run into like a turn 2 Murktide and it's just like, or a turn 3 Murktide, and that's what you have to beat. And so like waiting to untap and then go get something, it just makes it a little slow. But I mean, I'm happy to be proven wrong. But yeah.
Okay, so Levi has said something. I think Scoo's not being great left a void, and Artisan fills it well. I think so I think what I'm getting at, and what Levi's hinting at also is the void that's left by Ooze, which is namely the game is over.
Mhm.
Because the thing is like, ever since Ooze got essentially power crept out of the format, like we don't win nicely anymore. What I mean by that is like the wins are kind of ugly, right? It's just like a bunch of 3-4s or 1-1s attacking. I think Artisan is a nice clean kill. Yeah, the end game inevitability, right? Because we can't grind out a iteration, and now I think in the end game, and what this does is it forces the Delaware player to play differently too, right? They have to be more aggressive. You just chain endurances, you just cannot beat that card.
Yeah, when you get it going, I'm sure it's really good. But don't you have to have you have to sacrifice a creature X? Okay, so you have to have access to the mana too.
Right. This assumes you get to like. Obviously, there's going to be some games
Yeah.
where you get delvered out, right? But I'm
Yeah.
not talking about those games. I'm talking about the ones where what was I going to say? Yeah, I'm talking about the ones where you actually get to the mid game. I think it being a lock piece is pretty important. Okay, so I think here.
Here you go, Heritage Druid Visionary, right?
No,
Can't there's a
challenge.
chalice.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
Damn.
I think we just get the shepherd here and then just like go nuts
Yeah.
the following turn. It pains me to say, but I do think Scavenger Ooze's days in Legacy are numbered. What are your thoughts on that, Jack?
Wait, what again?
Oh, that's
Scavenger Ooze
interesting.
in Legacy? Is it a playable card anymore?
It's not
I
playable
get.
that much.
I'm just like more of it. It's meta dependent because Scooz is like super powerful when it like gets going. But I mean, I'm not like
When does it get going though?
like when I've played it in the past and you play against like a graveyard centric deck, you literally like, well, I mean, not literally, but you win the game on the spot when you play something like Scooz. Like it's very powerful. And when Delver didn't have access to Murktide or
Uh-huh.
like Scooz was super like you just putting a Scooz in play was like bought you a lot of time against Delver.
I think my issue though is like
That's
what
not
I
fair,
think
but I'm saying
Ron.
nowadays it's not. This situation doesn't happen anymore. That's what I'm saying.
What? Sorry, what was that?
And nowadays that type of game doesn't happen anymore. That's the thing.
I just think
Oh,
you can't take turns off
yeah. So
anymore and just like try to
the
sprint.
problem with Skoos now is it's just really slow. Like you have to have access to the mana to make it relevant, and you don't have that additional turn with Murktide. And so you get to a point where you put Skoos on the table, and a lot of times it's either your mana's like really tied up and you put Skoos in play and you just can't like gain enough life to really combat like Murktide, so it doesn't become relevant.
I think it's just too inefficient is what everybody's probably getting at. Because
I think
I
it's
think
just
with
too
the mana
slow.
you can just
I
do
think it's
better things. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
I just think it's I think it's I don't know inefficient, but it's just really slow. It's just too slow for the Delver matchup.
Yeah, some decks like Dredge used to be a thing. So Dredge Skuzi was very good against them. But
it's just like there's a lot of like just because we have access to no life gain now, and like nominal life gain where you had it was great against certain decks, like even against Dark Depths way back, like when they would sack a Vampire Hexmage and you'd be able to go to 1 with Ooze. It just bought you like an additional turn to be able to combo off or like do other things. So I don't know. I don't know if it's days that are numbered. It just doesn't fit the current meta right now.
it hasn't aged well.
Yeah, it hasn't aged well.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
And I think it's
Jack, are you gonna come to the Legacy Open?
Am I gonna come to the Legacy Open? When's that?
First week of October, I think.
Is that the Leaving Legacy or is that the
Legacy?
No,
the Legacy Pit Open.
Where is it?
In Richmond.
That's kind of far for me, so probably not.
If you fly into DC, it's not very expensive.
Okay, I mean, the thing I was gonna go to was Vegas, right? That's like the big one. Everyone on the West Coast is going.
But that one's like it's very expensive.
It is. It's very expensive.
Oh, okay, so the things, it's October 1st. That's the day one.
Yeah, I'm like starting a new job, and I don't know. It's just been tough doing anything really.
I feel you.
Yeah.
We got punished by the Aurora there. I feel like
that was a good play by our opponent.
Yeah, maybe we just played it too carelessly there. Maybe we just lead with the
I think you have to do it.
No,
right? You can.
I don't think you could do anything different.
Well, we could
make
the Wirewood. It'd be safer, but it's not.
You could have led with the Wirewood. Yeah, I guess. And we're talking so you're gonna be distracted.
Yeah.
Optimal. We're not about optimal plays this stream, right? This is just a have fun.
Okay.
Yeah, this is a have fun. Let's test some new cards kind of stream, right?
Are you gonna play another Charles?
I don't know what's going on. If I was careful, maybe we leave with a Wirewood just like to play around. They had open mana. Maybe we just assumed they had Aurora, but
yeah.
We definitely
I think they cast the turtle, right?
We went for.
I think they're gonna cast the turtle.
I don't know. They're like so far behind us on clock already, though.
Not that much, though.
I mean, it's pretty bad. Like considering this game has barely started.
It's
3 minutes,
I guess.
right? Like that's double the time I spent.
Oh, I thought they were gonna cast Blastoise.
They might still.
That's some good sequencing their opponent.
What happened to their Chalice?
They sacked your cards.
Okay.
I wasn't joking about the sequencing. It was actually good sequencing, I guess.
Maybe they're like playing for the 5 or something. Like they definitely feels like they're trying hard here.
But they are 2-0.
I don't think they can win with.
I mean,
they have to.
Some pressure now.
I guess it's just not. It gives you 2 turns.
We have 2 turns, though. Yeah.
Yeah, which is too many.
Let's see, 4, 8. Yeah, we have 2 turns.
Like they have to hit Otawara and then like a Force of Will to be able to get out of the lock of you just killing them probably.
Oh man, I thought you were gonna cast double glimpse there.
No, I need to like potentially try to hit. Ugh.
It's awkward. I think you just bounce and replay, right?
Yeah. Oh, man, this is actually tough.
And then hope this Once Upon a Time does a lot of work.
There's a land.
I guess you could go. That's tough. You could go because you can go get Green Sun and go get a Dryad Arbor here, and then you have more access to mana to glimpse next turn if you think that's can help you.
No, I think we have the kill here.
No,
Okay.
you don't want to get double.
Oh, that's annoying actually. That changes
I was about to say, I think you wanted to get double arbor, right? So you can block.
double
How you get double Arbor?
Oh, he.
You can only get one, right?
Oh, you're right. Right, never mind. What are they looking for now?
I don't know. Our opponent is quite good. I think they seem to know what they're doing. we may have taken this a little too lightly here.
I guess. I mean, they're like they know that you can't give elves a lot of time.
Well, this matchup's also hideous for them too.
Yeah. So like here you would want to start sacking Thopters to try to dig if you have enough mana. Okay. Interesting. Because we can take 11. Or I guess we take 10 because we need to fetch. And I think you bounce Shepherd, right? You want as much access to mana.
Yeah,
Yeah, I did the math wrong. I was like thinking.
Well, we
had
forgot
lethal
about the
regardless, but I don't
construct.
think we do anymore. I think we're one mana short off the Green Sun because we have the bounce. Because suddenly them being at 11 points of damage is annoying instead of 10
Yeah.
or whatever it was.
is that a case that you can like Greenstone's in it for another heritage druid and then double glimpse?
We could, yeah, we could. They probably attack all. They should.
Oh, nice. They're not. Okay.
No,
No, they
I
will.
think they're heads up. They've been heads up this whole game.
Maybe not.
They should.
So that's
They're watching the stream to listen to what we're saying.
I don't think so. They've been playing pretty fast.
No, I don't. I'm just.
so that's 11.
So
You gotta you gotta
You have to
bounce
block.
against the construct and then fetch, and yeah. I mean, it's very easy to make a Nettle comment, right? We go Nettle would bail us out of this situation with the glimpse.
Yes and no.
Like we could just go off and win with the glimpse turn.
We could, but like, how much are you giving up in other matchups? And this is actually, to be fair,
Just
a very good matchup. Otherwise,
yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's like my parents are arguing.
all right, let's see what they
Mom,
do here.
come get me.
I'm just saying there is an advantage to Nettle sometimes, right?
I mean,
it's
it
not
has
just
its benefits for sure.
like Nettle.
When you're up against the wall, for instance.
I have to read another tweet about Nettles. It's all the time.
No, the real misplay was not playing it safe with the wall. Like a very heads up play by our opponent though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is what makes me think like about the crop in Reclaimer is that like it at least gives you access to that ability where you get into situations like this where your back's against the wall. But that's
Oh, they can counter actually.
And then also like having the Quirion Ranger and Yavimaya like a little bit, not like here on this board, but at least like you can try to dig yourself out. Okay, that was great.
Can you please double glimpse?
We have.
Do we need to?
What are we doing?
Yeah, why do we need to double glimpse?
Because it's fun.
I don't know, man. I don't want to lose accidentally here.
Well, you can't double glimpse with Reclaimer elves, right?
mean, we don't.
You can.
I think in the interest of time. Okay.
Damn it! I want to do a good
It
impersonation
really
of
feels like our opponent. What is going on here? How did they know they were dying here?
I don't know. Like Greenstone's pretty obvious, right? When
That's
you start
true.
clicking.
That's true. We double cradle there. That's probably pretty obvious. That's
Yeah.
I mean,
And when it
what are
starts like doing that weird mana cost thing with, yeah.
All right. I think the Gris is bad.
I
Well, I
bring
don't
an
have
agent.
much. I think the agent's
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, agent's not bad with Urza Saga in this
Mhm.
matchup.
I don't actually
I do
love
like the
fog.
crop. I like the crop. I like the crop.
You do? I think it's okay. It can be good, but did we born the Krogs? Yeah, we did. I think if we did, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is fine.
And I'm surprised you cut endurance. Like endurance isn't terrible.
It's not. It's just like I think the other stuff is better. If that makes sense.
Okay.
I don't actually think endurance is fine in this matchup. Don't chalice
It's 100% chalice.
us. Don't chalice us, please.
I mean that's totally fine.
I think the only starts I'm like really afraid of like those construct starts. With
Yeah.
chalice turn one.
But Urza Saga, Lotus Petal, Chalice, and then turn 2 is an Ancient Tomb.
Mm-hmm. There's the saga. The question here is that's probably too great.
Do you get Arbor? Yeah.
No, I think we get blown out by.
Yeah, you get blown out by Dismember pretty hard. But yeah.
I think we want to hit land drop, so I'm not gonna fetch.
And then this is the Force Will check. Oh, nice. And then Dismember check.
Well, yeah, this is dismember check now. We'll see. Okay, I guess they don't have it. Otherwise, there's no point. They should have done it there. They could, in theory, try to blow us out. Like just go for the haymaker and do it with the other stuff on the stack.
Sure. I just think you try to effectively use your mana.
All right.
That was a good draw. I think you just go for it, right? You
Yeah,
just
I'm like
glimpse.
debating like if they want to try that Aurora stuff again.
Like, see, I'm okay with them countering the glimpse because you have Visionary and they're doing nothing, right?
I feel like that's our way to win, though. I kind of want to lead with Birchthorn and see how they respond.
Okay.
See if they bounce your thing again.
They might.
Yeah.
It feels like that's what they're doing. Like, yeah, see.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we have a cradle here. We can't tap for mana now. Probably
Could've
should have
been
just
a
played
spike.
it.
Yeah, that's all right.
See, it felt like they were trying to go for the haymaker, right? Like, based on the way game.
It's just a bit
goes.
odd to wait on the Dismember. I guess you get that little 2-for-1 action, but
No, I think from my perspective, it looks like they think the matchup is so bad, they just have to take risks like that.
okay.
That's the only explanation because
Okay, interesting. Cage. I mean, that's pretty common, right?
it is. I feel like might be better to get Shadow Sphere and
Has
just
it got
kind of
it?
end the game, but I don't know. I might be just dead here though. I think we needed to definitely cast it Visionary last turn, so that hurts. I guess it didn't matter.
Yeah, this
They kinda
cage would
I mean,
And do you
really,
think-
one card just bails us out pretty hard, very
Yeah, the
quickly
Shepherd.
here. Yeah, it's just like, do they have Otawara? Can they just sit back? So if they have Otawara, then we really can't do anything.
Yeah. I mean, we're probably dead here. I think regardless, we have the top deck exactly.
Shepherd.
We're dead. They definitely know the matchup. I'll give them that.
I'm not gonna say that. They know the interaction between Chalice and a removal spell.
Alright, debating whether. I don't think we want the endurance. I think this is fine. My buddy actually picked up.
Oh, this is a great hand.
It's like. It's kind of like a mold of 6 already, unfortunately. But it's like fine, I think. Because the natural order is actually. What are we natural order for? Because collective, right?
Yeah. I forget you only have one target.
Yeah. Then we take the. By.
Yeah, I feel like you want to keep those on the bottom.
Exactly, yeah. Actually, I think we leave with the heritage here because we want them to be priced into playing the chalice.
Yeah.
If they want to force that, I don't think we care.
Okay. Yeah, Aether Spellbomb I played against a cast player today. It was super annoying playing against that card.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It is.
I just think you play Cradle here, right?
Yeah. In case you need a Basage or something relevant.
Yep. You could try to cut them off Mox Opal mana.
No, I don't think it gives
It's
the
not
idol.
relevant. It's not relevant, but like one thing you can do end step here is you can try to tag the spell bomb if they tap out. And you can go get oof, and that just shuts down their whole board. I don't think that's a bad play, actually.
What if we tag the spell bomb?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't love it actually, because
Okay.
you're giving them a land and then they can just still bounce. And we can't
Sure,
even cast
but they
that natural
bounce.
order anyways without it, right? If they bounce.
No, if they bounce, yeah, we can't do it. Well, we can, right? If we draw another 1-mana elf.
All right, I think.
Like, I would just do it now. Well, it's too late now. We don't have the mana, do we?
We do have the mana.
I wouldn't. I don't know about this.
Oof.
I feel like it's going to be a bounce force.
Yeah, that's on board
I mean, they
too.
have to have it though, right?
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, that's huge.
Now they're just
Wow.
like SOL, right?
Probably.
Like, well, there's no other play. I think. Like we don't have this for a while. They can just bounce. You just like they already have a pretty good hand, right? Like Chalice.
I mean, you have Bosage in your hand though.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's kind of game, I think, unless they have the Dismember, which they would have played. Yeah, I think it's over.
This gives them outs though, right? Because
Like what?
they can draw the Dismember, but they're in pretty big trouble. Yeah.
No, I think this game is over.
I think so too, but I don't want to,
Take a fork in it. It's over.
Oh, get Fiend for sure.
Yeah, get Fiend.
We're gonna get Fiend here. We're gonna get Fiend.
I don't care. We get Fiend.
We're gonna get
That's the
Fiend.
card that we. That's the card that we want to cast, right?
I want to see this card in action.
What was the other option? It's like actually the other option might have been better because we can just like.
Probably, but come on.
But this is more fun.
Now
this is the fun.
Yeah, we're definitely the fun play when we can go get Opposition Agent.
You put this card in your deck. Yes.
Yeah, this is definitely the fun play.
What type of creature is a Fiend? It's a nightmare.
Which is
Nightmare.
fun, right? What is going on with our opponent here?
Oh, there's the Dismember. Okay. Weird, very weird that they waited so long. Unless they just threw it.
No, like they've been playing this whole way all 3 games so far, which is kind of crazy, but
Very weird.
they've been just trying to just blow us out with these like
I
chalice on
guess.
us. Yeah, like I don't know. Like, all 3 games, literally, they've been trying to blow us out with the a spell on the stack and then chalice us.
Okay.
You got it last game, right?
Mm-hmm. The spell bomb here is like kind of annoying though.
I guess they. I mean, this is their spot to really. I feel like you bounce Fiend because once you get opposition agent,
No, but they can
I
bounce
don't.
agent though. Although they don't know what's in our deck, that's like very scary for them,
Yes.
right?
You can only be at sorcery speed, right, with Fiend.
Yes.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
I think they're thinking this is a difficult moment.
Is chat working right now?
Should. Yeah.
Okay.
It just got a little quieter. I mean, it's getting a little later, right? So.
Yeah, for sure. Our opponent is quite behind us.
In the tank.
They must really want this win. I don't know what's going on, but like.
I like their play. I mean, I like this patience and them thinking through this lines. Like they're at least deliberately practicing.
No, it's. I think it's very apparent that they do want to win this match. Let's see, 3, 4.
Like I kind of mindlessly just like go through leagues.
I usually mindlessly go through leagues too because
I just like play so much. It's like okay.
notably we have lethal next turn.
Nice.
Although they have the 8. What? Okay, so they bounce it. They're probably afraid of whatever nonsense we can get with this.
So have you guys played any tournaments recently in paper or kind of just all moto?
Just weekly.
Yeah, and I played the CG in Philadelphia.
Oh, nice.
But that was, it's been a while now, actually.
Yeah.
And then,
What are they?
So there's a Baltimore event this weekend that I'm gonna go play.
Cool.
I think Anurag's gonna stream the Gorilla stream.
Right. I think it's SCG Con Baltimore, right?
Yeah, it's a team event, so I'm gonna be on the Legacy seat, and
cool.
Actually, all 3 of my friends, I mean, all 3 of us, the 2 friends, they all play Legacy too, but we all kind of. One is taking one from the team and playing Pioneer.
Oh, you are? Okay.
No, not me. One of the guys, he's playing Pioneer, and
Okay.
the other one, he does like to play Modern and Legacy, so for him, it's not a big deal to play Modern.
Okay.
I was the only one that was like, no, I can either play Modern or I'm gonna find another team because Legacy, I'm gonna find another team, and then.
Right.
So we're gonna play that this weekend. If we scrub out, there's a Legacy 5K on Sunday. Hopefully we're not there. But hopefully we've made day 2.
Yeah.
And then after that there's a Legacy Pit open in October, like beginning of October.
Nice. I find my Pioneer actually pretty fun. It's just.
I mean, maybe just I don't have as much time to play like different formats.
Yeah.
If I start having to play like other formats, then like I don't think I have enough time in a day for that stuff. So.
Right.
But I've watched some streamers like play Pioneer, and it seemed okay. Like it's just.
I guess you get Pithing Needle here, and then you have to. I don't know. For Grafdigger's Cage.
I'm not sure what's going on the other side right now.
Not trying to extend too much the conversation on that, but
that'll be pretty funny.
I do like the fact that in Pioneer there's not as much shuffling of your deck.
Oh, it's really nice. Yeah, that's one thing that's been enjoyable. What did they name? Fiend?
Yeah, I think they have to respect it, right? This is such a dangerous card, like just toot or anything.
We need to.
Yeah,
Like you never know what nonsense the other player is having in their deck.
I think they're dead here.
It's definitely some nonsense.
Actually, you know what they should have done? Cage would have stopped it too, but I guess they didn't realize that.
Oh yeah, Cage would have stopped it.
Um,
It's probably a better option with like potentially hitting natural order in hand.
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like it does the same thing.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe they're just dead. We'll see. I think there's no
Well, they have to
universal
have
slamming hook.
they have to have bounce spell force here.
Uh,
Oh, no heritage shard. Interesting.
no, I think we don't want to lose to a bounce spell randomly here. Yeah.
Nice.
yay.
Dang, got a scare. I would have got my Cradle license revoked losing to this 8-cast player. All right, we got one more to go.
I just feel like this is a very casual 4-1. This is like very common with elves. It's like a very 4-1 type of deck.
Hey, don't jinx us yet. We still got one more to go.
Right.
Yes, Jack. Yes, don't say that.
Right. We'll play Reanimator and get crushed here.
Actually, Reanimator is one of the reasons why to play Reclaimer, I think, or this version.
Okay.
Yeah, you know what deck?
Is he a block?
You know what deck there Nato doesn't beat? Reanimator.
I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but okay.
Well, they compensated for what it's worth. The Neto version does compensate by running Leyline of the Void, which helps a lot. But it does take up slots. That's the other thing.
Yeah, I mean that's what you have to. That's what you have to do. I still think Reanimator without Leyline in either version is a tough matchup.
I think in this matchup, I think we're slightly favored, personally. You'll lose
Okay.
game one, but then I think with the Endurance, Reclaimer, and Seize, you should be okay game 2 and 3. Is my
Interesting.
experience. It's
Okay.
worse now because I don't run Leyline, but I think it's still slightly favorable.
Yeah, I don't know. I've always like in order to handedly beat Reanimator, I always feel like you have to have Leyline.
See, I think you said it right in your quote. In terms of you get to handedly beat Reanimator.
Oh,
Yeah.
Nishai said hello. Well, hello to the chat.
I just think a lot of times I lose is they'll go, oh, they know you're playing Endurance. They'll unmask you, take your 1 Endurance, and then they put a Grizzlebrand to play, and you're stuck in it.
It does happen. It's just that
Yeah.
usually you just live with that, right? They have that.
Right.
No, Jack. It's a pretty standard play though. I agree. It's like the
What do you
discard and then go off is like happens all the time.
What?
No, the play that Reanimator makes, like, no, they'll discard your graveyard hate and then go off.
Yeah.
It happens pretty often though, so it's not.
Yeah. I wouldn't say like we're greatly favored because ever since I cut the ley lines, especially, but I don't think it's like I don't think it's as bad as like historically, right? Which is like Reanimator is like our worst matchup historically.
Yeah.
All right. What is going on? I feel like
I
this
think
is that collective.
I think you dump both Birchler and Heritage Shirt onto the table, and then just hold Shepherd, right?
Yeah, I would do the same thing too.
And then that way you can get a Dryad Arbor.
Let's see if they respond.
I got Arbor. You get Arbor? No.
No, because I think I want to do it this way. This is what I mean.
Okay.
We can still get
This-
Arbor
this
on
is-
their step.
I feel like this is a great Progenitist deck to play against.
Oh yeah, for
Problem.
sure.
Like Progenitist really does well against this type of deck.
I'm like just curious what they're doing. Like
It's like some kind of 4-color green suns in its deck.
maybe it's the
This just
same
feels
one.
like a Leovold 4 colors. This
No.
could probably be the winning. How many cards in their deck? I can't see.
I feel
No,
like this.
they have a Yorion.
Yeah, so this could be the winning.
Just Newt never cares about the companion.
This could be. This could be the list that won today, right?
It could be. I have to look at the list again, but
Yeah.
I don't think it is. The list is not good for leagues though.
yeah, it probably gets destroyed.
I actually think it is. Birds of Paradise and Ice Fang. They were both.
On the deck's playing a Hydroblast, Pyroblast, and 3 Carpet of Flowers in the main deck.
Yeah.
It's not good for leagues.
And leagues, everybody's running Dark Ritual turn 1.
Yes, or they're gonna Dark Depths you like on turn 3, and what are you gonna do?
But it's not. I mean,
Leagues.
leagues.
Carpet of Flowers here.
I mean, you're not trying to win it like leagues. You get to test all the fucking crazy bullshit that you want to play, right?
But then I think you can play some deck that looks like that one, but not the same configuration. That's what I'm saying. Oh, you gotta do it now then. Yeah.
Yeah, they're definitely playing the list that won today.
I don't think so. Until I see Spell Seeker, I'm not gonna believe you.
Okay.
I actually kind of think Jack might be right in this because
How much do you want to bet on
copy
that?
lists that do well.
Yeah, I'm almost positive.
Very common.
Oh, they have black too. Ooh.
Yeah, did they play Bayou? I don't know if they played Bayou in the game the list.
You're dead, son.
Oh.
One of Gut Shot in the main just to round out the Urian pile. Is that exactly 18? What is that, 22?
Because of Reclaimer.
Right.
Otherwise, yeah, it would be exactly, but you get the +2 otherwise.
Yeah.
I think in this kind of matchup,
It's a very standard. Opposition Agent actually seems good too.
I don't think you were on earlier. We've actually played something against a Yorion deck earlier, and Romario and I kind of agree. At least my stance is it could be good, but the problem is I don't want to risk randomly lose to Wasteland.
Okay. I think Thoughtseize is okay in this matchup.
I actually like Endurance because they're like a Euro deck, and I just don't want to lose to Wasteland, right? I think we're pretty favored in this kind of matchup. Or that's the logic, at least. I think they're on blacks. I think they probably
so this is a Leovold deck for sure.
Yeah, so I think I like this personally. Like Agent could be decent. I just don't want to expose myself to Wasteland. Oof.
Better. You put the hoof back in.
Yeah.
So how did the showcase qualifier go for you, Newton?
Pretty awful. I don't know if you saw. What's it called?
I saw you went 1-3, but I didn't see your matchups or anything, or
I
just
lost round one
your break.
I lost round 1 to Moonstompy, where I cast I think a total of like 5 spells the whole game.
Oh, that's rough.
Actually, yeah, I cast 0 turn 1 because they went turn 1 Blood Moon on me, and then game 2 they went turn 1 Blood Magus of the Moon, and I had to walk into a Fury to try to cast Natural Order, and they just had they had the Fury.
They had to walk into a Fury. Okay.
Yeah, because my hand was like a Natural Order hand for Progenitus, and then I didn't have a second green because of Magus. So I had to play the Birch Lore and the another door, another elf.
Yep. And then they just hit. Yep.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
That sucks. So you lost to Moonstompy. What else happened?
I lost to Oops all spells.
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah, it was just not a good, not a fun experience for me.
Yeah. So you went 0-2? 0-2.
I beat Reanimator, and then I lost to Blue Red. The Blue Red player played very well game 2. Probably won a match that I think a lot of other Blue Red players probably would have lost. And then game 3 they just had double Rough Tumble plus Submerge.
Holy shit.
Yeah. There was a lot of hate for this tournament because a lot of tribal decks actually had to qualify. So that was like good and bad, right?
So Fluffy was on elves, right?
They were on Elves. I think they were on the Netto version. I mean, because they usually
Okay.
are.
Yep.
I think here we just run this out and pass. I think he top eighted, and I think he lost to Depths in the top eight. But I'm happy
Okay.
Martin did well.
Is Martin fluffy?
Yeah, I think his last name's like Lindstrom. He's Swedish.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I essentially won 3 because I had a bye, so that doesn't count, right?
Oh, okay.
I beat the one win I had was against Reanimator, and then I think the most interesting game was probably against the blue red player. They played very
Yeah.
well. I think
Did you hedge it all for the meta? Did you like have any expectations of what people were playing? Or
only slightly. Like I think the only thing was in testing, I tested the Artisan, and that was like not really a meta play because I'm gonna play that card going forward regardless. The only meta adaptation I did was I felt like it was good for Leyline in the event.
yeah, it like feels like if you had Leyline, your event might have been a little different.
I mean, I did have Leyline. It's just that I didn't draw it when I needed to against the Oops player.
Oh, you did? Okay, so you played like a one of or a two of.
I played 3, but I kept the double endurance hand, game 3,
Okay,
because
and they had what?
and they had Leyline Sanctity game 3.
Yep, that sucks.
It happens.
Yep.
I mean, you were there in 2020 when I got incredibly lucky. So luck goes around.
What did you beat? You like beat something that was crazy to get in, right? You beat Test or something?
To get in, yeah, that was I beat 3 combo decks in a row, and I think 2 of them were
Yeah,
really bad matchups too.
yeah.
I think here,
Use Progenitus, right? I would just
yeah, I think I'm gonna like force their hand in terms of like getting a green
a
a
Shepherd.
shepherd, and then just like slam the progenitors.
GG.
In that game, it might be.
Nice. It's over.
Yeah, outside of something crazy, the thing's over.
It's very dressed down into swords. I thought Julian had some good points. I think dress down seems really good right now.
That
Are
card
you
is
talking
very
about
good.
in general or against elves?
Against elves, when he was talking about the hate people should play.
I think if you really want to hit elves, opposition agents like insane against this deck.
Oh yeah, I agree. I just no one. I think like Caleb said, no one plays black. There's no incentive to play black really.
Unless you're a combo deck.
Yeah, sure. I mean,
I
yeah,
think that's yeah. There's no reason to play fair black at the moment.
yeah.
I mean, historically speaking, as well, discard and
Dark
we don't
Ritual.
even count. We don't even count surgical extraction, right? So like, plague engineer, I
Yeah,
guess.
you play black for surgical
The
instruction.
thing
That's
is,
like,
engineer's not even that good. I think against elves. I think if
Yeah,
the
no,
elf
that's what
player
I'm
is
saying.
good, they
Like,
can beat it.
the cards that we saw like lately being played in black was like plague engineer and discard, right?
And Dark Ritual, yeah.
And in dark ratio, if you're talking about those combos, yeah.
usually dark ritual decks have an advantage. Usually against elves, like they're usually favored.
All right.
So if you're playing like Doomsday or Reanimator, the idea is that you should already have an advantageous enough matchup against elves that you don't need, opposition agent to beat them.
Usually, yeah. I think the Doomsday matchup is.
I think it's gotten a lot better with opposition agent now and endurance. I think Doomsday is not as scary as it used to be.
Ooh, they're on the combo.
What's the combo?
They what is it called?
Oh, they're on alert.
Yeah,
Okay.
they're on Alert.
Ooh, wee.
Damn. I always think Alern would be like seems like an interesting deck for a meta. Like Food Chain and Alern, with Food Chain, like you can't play online, but I always think those would be like interesting choices for a showcase or something if you're able to play them enough. Well enough.
I think Alert is probably a little bit better, but yeah, Food Chain's interesting too. They're like kind of the same.
Like they have a completely different angle of attack. No one really understands how to play against them.
That's true. They have a big Brewers advantage for sure.
Yeah, like because no one, if anyone's has been playing, has been playing like only in the last like 3 or 4 years, like you
Mhm.
don't really see Allure in food chain at all. So nice. I
Well,
think you just
I think we just slammed the prog here, right? I don't think this does anything. We can just
yeah.
like
I mean,
jump on.
yeah. I guess it doesn't do a lot. I guess it just forces them. Yeah, it doesn't do it. They're
Block?
trying to combo. They're not. They don't give a shit about the like having to block or jump block.
You don't think it might matter?
With a shepherd?
Yeah, the extra damage maybe.
No, I don't think so. I
I
think we'll just bog here and then see what they do.
Okay. You should bog now then.
No, I'm gonna wait. Yeah, I'm gonna do it right now. So they have fewer outs.
Interesting that they discarded their combo creature.
No, they gristed by accident.
Oh. Oh, look at this opponent.
I actually am okay with that. You know why? Because they're spending mana.
Oh, they only have one card in hand now.
Yeah, so I think they're just dead now.
Yes.
I don't know why they did that, but yeah, I think that's just game now.
I think it
Guess
was
they had no
game
choice,
anyway.
Hey, nice. 4-1.
Yeah, pretty
Only lost to
good.
the
I
Nettle
think.
Gamer.
Yeah, we lost to the Nettle Gamer, so that's disappointing.
Well,
But
It was
thanks
Jack
for
the whole time. It was his alt account.
it was
yeah.
what?
Thanks for having me, guys. I'm gonna take off. I don't know if you guys are gonna keep streaming.
No, I think I'm done too. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. But yeah, no, it was good having you on again, Jack. I know we haven't done this in quite a while, especially last time I think we did with Mario too. But I'm glad
Yeah.
to have you on again, Jack. And then
Thanks, man. It was
obviously
good.
with
Thanks for
Mario
having
and
me
I, every time he's on with 5-0, so obviously good luck charm there too.
on.
That's
Yeah.
the real reason why he invites me.
I know, right? I'm getting free chats, I guess, right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, then y'all have a good one.
You gotta take it easy, and then I guess we'll stream. We'll raid. Let's see who we want to watch.
Uh,
Legacy. There's like PT Bench, whoever that is.
Wonder if my friend's streaming and you guys could send him his
Sure.
way.
Who's your friend?
1 second. Let's see if he's streaming right now. His name is ARock1331.
oh, I watched them before.
Okay,
He's
are they streaming right now? Or
he gets really salty about a lot like playing, so we'll see how long everyone sticks around.
no? Wait, is he streaming though?
He is. He's usually streams Legacy, but he's probably playing Pioneer right now.
Okay,
But
A Rock. What is their stream?
ARock 1331, and the O is a 0.
AROCK 13 what?
31.
31. And then what?
The O is a 0 instead of in ARock.
Oh, I see. So
Yeah.
A Rock 1331 with a 0.
Yep.
Gotcha. All right, I am rating them now, and thank you everybody for tuning in, and
Thanks,
thank
man.
you Jack and Mario for hanging out tonight.
Yeah, thanks for having me on, man. It was a lot of fun.
For sure.
Cool.
See you guys.
See ya.
See ya.